should see the wonder in his eyes. He stands by the fence, an airport spy. Sometimes up on his tippy toes, trying to take it all in. I'm sure tomorrow he will be back again. He'll be a natural flyer, knows every aircraft by name. Instead of his homework, he's up in his room drawing planes. I think he knows he's a little boy, but he carries a man-sized dream. He longs for the day and his chance in a flying machine. Sweet dreams, his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they whisper goodnight. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he reads tonight.
Stall is created by exceeding the critical angle of attack. When this occurs, the smooth flow of air over the wing is lost, drag increases, and lift is depleted.
After school, he's out there every day, dreaming about his future while the other kids play. He knows what he wants to be. His mind is set so strong. He knows in his heart the sky is where he belongs. Sweet dreams, his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they turn off the light. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he dreams tonight. Hi son, what's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, I see you out here all the time, and hey, I'm going flying tomorrow. You think you'd like to come along?
You mean it, mister?
You bet. Hey, why don't you check with your folks, make sure it's okay, and I'll see you out here tomorrow, okay?
Awesome!
In his eyes, in his eyes. You
for the end of the evening air show, I went home and I brought our YouTube feed up on my living room TV. So I've got 85-inch TV in the living room showing and I tuned in just in time for the finale and the fireworks.
It's
and
at the perfect
Was
angle,
that cool?
the perfect height. Just an amazing show.
Oh,
a
yeah.
completely amazing show. Thank you,
finale.
Gene Conrad. Thank you, Sun and Fun. Oh my gosh, to feel the impact.
Disney needs to take note.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Disney needs. Actually, somebody mentioned to me, Paul mentioned to me that Disney is the second largest explosives buyer in the world.
Having the
because
the
of all
nightly
their
shows.
fireworks and
Okay.
their nightly fireworks and everything. They're the second largest, second only to the U.S. military.
Okay.
Disney buys more explosives than Russia. So, but the last night's grand finale, man, that was, and it just kept going. I was thinking, okay, that must be it. And it just kept going. And then the drones came up. And the drones are putting the Sun and Fun logo. They're putting dolphins and angelfish and manta rays, and then the Sun and Fun 50 logo. And I didn't catch it last night. They may have, but I didn't see it. Wednesday night they did a giant robot in the sky.
They sure did.
They did it last night too. Yeah,
Yep, they sure
that was
did.
cool. That was, and the company that did that, man, you rock it. And somebody said that Disney is actually considering switching to a drone show over fireworks.
The detail you get with the drones, the pictures, your sponsors. I'm sure like with the Bahamas, different groups. You can actually kind of make it in more detail. I mean, of course, the fireworks are beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but that round circle or that kind of star design, that's limited. But with the drones, you can definitely detail and get the crowd more involved and energetic. And the like you're saying, the written words, Sun and Fun, Happy 50.
And the 50th, the one that I thought was one of the coolest things that I saw in the drone show. I mean, all the figures and the airplanes and everything else were cool, and they made them look like they're flying, and they look like they're moving. The 50 logo and the Sun and Fun name, I mean, they nailed it. It was right on. And even our Sun and Fun is Sun apostrophe and Fun, and in most of the corporate branding, instead of having an apostrophe N, they have an airplane. I mean, they even had, when they did Sun and Fun, they even had the airplane.
They did.
That was cool.
Yep, they matched it perfectly.
But I had pulled Mr. Decker. I asked Mr. Decker to bring me a pack because we were talking about the cassette recorders and the microphones and cassettes and batteries. And I mean, these hip packs, these fanny packs must have weighed 10, 15 pounds with all the gear they carried. And I had 3 of them. And we switched over. I found when we started going digital, I found a little product called an Olympus WS100. That was a digital recorder. I bought it because the battery came off and it plugs USB straight into the computer. And it seemed really easy to use. Unbeknownst to me, it recorded in a really weird file format.
Okay.
So we'd have to download the files and switch them over to
Convert it or
waves
something.
or
Okay.
MP3s to be edited and stuff. We used those for years. I actually found a bulk lot. I couldn't find the funding. This is back before I had sponsors and people funding what we needed. I bought a bulk lot of 35 of them with money I really didn't have to spend back then. I took 25. I took the 10 best and saved them, and I took 25 and sold them off for
Got some profit back.
going rate,
Okay.
which was $35 a unit. And I made enough money off of the sale of the 25 to pay for the cables we needed and the different stuff. So, back in the early days of Sun and Fun Radio, I begged, borrowed, stole, spent money I didn't have to make this happen. I mean, I was in a time when I was making $17,000, $18,000 a year. I was dropping $2,000 or better a year on Sun and Fun Radio. Thank God we've expanded. We've gotten support. People like Green Bay and other benefactors have come in and donated and stuff. But I was talking about the cassette recorders and what they're using now, and versus what we're using now. This is our record pack. This is it. This is a Tascam, I forget the numbers, DR10X Tascam that has XLR connectors that just plug into a microphone. And that's it. And you turn it on and you're ready to record. This is what we've gone to from our big bulky cassette recorder packs. So,
and I'm trying to picture, I mean, you're handing out 10, in the years past to a couple of reporters, here and there, and the amount of people, the vendors, the exhibitors, and that were getting recorded. to the amount of same thing, vendors and exhibitors now, you're overwhelmed. You have more reporters out in the field with more recordings than you can probably handle to play
Actually,
within a day.
no.
Okay,
Roy
corrected.
Brewer,
Did he?
our co-chairman of editing, is just rocking it. The report.
There you go. Back to your great volunteers.
Man, interviews reporters are bringing their interviews in. Not a nice thing about these Tascam units is it's a micro SD card, so that comes out of the unit, plugs into a card reader. Boom, the interview is in the system. We're using a new system called Trello, new to us system called Trello. It's a workspace flow. I don't know about. I've been self-employed for so long. I don't know what they call things in the corporate world anymore. But it's a workspace thing. You got boards, you got rows, you got cards. Basically, think of it like a bulletin board with 3x5 cards, and you move them from needs to be done to working on it to be done. And then
Somebody
you take the
described it
card
like
over to the other board because now the next department handles it.
a production board from
Right.
phase A to phase B to phase C. So it's working great.
Policy or procedure or thing instituted by Derek. He mentioned it last year, and me being the chairman and basically being concerned about everything, I wasn't sure that it would work, but I said, yeah, let's give it a try. It's excelling for us. It's working great for us. We're using it in practically every area of the radio operation this year. But the biggest thing is it's going to record. It's going to track all of our recordings. And I've been remiss. Jack Mason, co-chair of Live Air. If I haven't said that this morning,
You sure did.
I said you were the co-chair of Live Air. I don't remember if I said your name. Up late last night, a little tired this morning.
Yeah, but all of us that stayed in town or stayed locally, of course, watching the fireworks display. I'm sorry, the air show. The nighttime air show was outstanding. I mean, you got to give it to the teams. You're talking about Warbirds. You're talking about the F-35. You're talking about just the teams, the pyrotechnics coming off those aircraft as well.
The paragliders.
The paragliders.
With not only the LED ring around the prop shroud, but the fireworks.
Yes.
You got guys with an engine strapped to their back and a parachute over their head. Perfectly safe, perfectly legal, not a problem, But now they add to it the LED light. Okay, airplanes have lights, no big deal. Let's put some high explosives, strap them to our ankle.
Why not?
And let them go. And I keep saying SOCOM, but somebody was correcting me last night. It wasn't the SOCOM team. So the parachute team at the start of the show, just as it was getting dark.
We took a quick trip over to Paradise City,
Okay.
watching the flying circus one evening, and we just see these, gentlemen that are kind of in a formation on the ground with their, their arms up, and they're doing zigzags, single line kind of formation. Like, what is that? That was that group. They're practicing on the ground as they kind of, go through their steps, and just watching the practice to the, the live air show performance. It's great to see what kind of is involved in the beginning to what is demonstrated for the 100,000 people plus that are watching it at one time.
And even more thanks to the Sun and Fun Radio YouTube stream. If you didn't see the show last night or Wednesday night, or if you missed interviews, you can go to our YouTube page, Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube, or I'm sorry, at symbol Sun and Fun Radio, and all of our live interviews are available to be watched there, full complete with audio. All of our daily air shows and our night shows. However, we do not run the audio on the air shows. We run a video stream only on the air shows because of copyright. One of the coolest things that they brought into air show performances was choreographing them to music, and typically they use music, well-known music, and it's copyrighted, and YouTube and Facebook both take a very dim view of streaming copyrighted music, even if we're streaming somebody else's
they're
deal.
protecting the artist to make sure those royalties. Yep, absolutely.
So our air shows and our night shows are not, they don't have the audio track of the announcing with it. But, like today, if you tune in today, you can watch it live on YouTube. And you can go to liveatc.net/SNF and tune in the audio. So you got one window of live ATC audio playing, and you've got the YouTube of the video playing, and you can have a maybe not same as being here experience, but you can kind of see what you're missing if you're not.
Absolutely.
You're not. Now, each morning we have had a friend from the FAA come in and give us a weather briefing, tell us what the weather's like. Obviously, this morning it's a stunning Central Florida day. But let's bring our guest with the FAA up on deck, and we will talk to them about the weather and see what's going on. Now, my cheat sheet says Ian Johnson, and the name tag, actually, my cheat sheet is wrong because the name tag says Dr. Ian Johnson. Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio. Dr. Ian, how are you this morning? Look at you, Dan's over there trying to get going. Dave, give me a minute. Give me a minute, Dave. Let me get the guy ready. He's not ready yet, Dave. La, la.
Well, I'm fine. How are you?
Good, sir.
I'm doing great.
Good.
I'm doing great. So today is the last day of our event. How have things gone for you this week?
Oh, things are going great. Very large crowds all week. Yesterday we had the families, who were not able to come in during the regular week.
Yeah.
And, we're just happy to share what we're doing in the research in the hangar. We had a few seminars, both in the forum as well as in the FA building. And, we had a large turnout. And that's what we're here for, to help to educate pilots, educate the public on what we're doing, because a lot of people are not cognizant of the type of research that the FAA does.
Well, isn't a lot of our, our daily news, weather reporters and meteorologists, they're following what you guys set up, aren't they?
Well, yes and no. I mean, the National Weather Service, it depends on who we work with, right? So the National Weather Service and the Aviation Weather Research Program work together in concert with each other, how to
Okay.
develop the weather products. The program that I'm on, the weather technology in the cockpit, we look at those products and we try to see how intuitive they are for pilots to use. And then we also look at gaps in training, gaps in systems and stuff like that. And so we do that research to help the pilots to better understand weather information, what they're looking at, so they can inform their decision making.
Now, are these products looking for an FAA certification, or are these just recommended products through the FAA? I mean, is there a
Some would be certified, and
Some of
some
them,
would,
okay.
because weather is advisory, as you know that,
Right.
right? So, and there's no perfect weather forecast, right? Because weather is dynamic, and that's what pilots need to understand. When you do a pre-flight from here to your destination, you need to ensure that you check the weather along the route of flight, or do a holistic approach in pre-flight. Because if you think when you leave and you think that the weather is going to be the same at your destination airport, it's not. And a lot of pilots are not doing a holistic pre-flight briefing. And once they launch, they run into trouble.
So what you're doing in the programs you're developing, I mean, you're doing something like flying an aircraft. You can't stop flying the aircraft in the air to look at the weather. I mean, until you get into the super complex flying systems, autopilots and everything else. But if you're a GA pilot, you're a stick and rudder pilot. You have to know what's going on. And if you need updates while you're in the cockpit, they have to be quick and easy to understand.
Exactly.
And that's what you're working
right.
on. That's why the intuitive weather in the cockpit.
Right. And I'm a pilot myself, but I'm also an engineering psychologist and human factors specialist. So you're perfectly right. When you're on the ground, you have all the time
Yeah.
to look at all the information that you need that is going to impact your flight. And once you get in the airplane and you're just looking at updates and you have that mental model that you got from the ground by looking at all this information, so there will be no surprises. And even if there's some surprises, at least you'll be able to mitigate it. But a lot of pilots are not doing that. And when you're flying GA, you're single pilot, right? So you're your first officer, you're the captain, you're the weather guy, and everything. So we're trying to do as much as we can. We work closely with Embry Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach. I'm an alumni from that university.
You are. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you. And,
Neat school. Neat
yeah.
school.
So we work closely with them because, they do a lot of pilot training, and they've been doing research for us. And that's where we're seeing a lot of gaps in training. Pilot score very low in certain weather products. So it's up. And, I don't know if any of you here are pilots, but you need to understand that the weather products were designed for meteorologists.
Yeah.
And so how the pilots use that in an operational environment is a different thing from how the meteorologists use them. So we need to do a better job in getting better products and then teaching the pilots how that affect them and their aircraft. And when I do briefings, I normally also talk about your personal minimums, right? You have to know your personal minimums, and then you stick to those minimums and don't take risk. And you have to know your capabilities and limitations of your aircraft too.
Excellent point. Yeah, you don't want
Right.
to put yourself. You're a Florida-based stick and rudder, pilot, as Dave was saying, but you're flying, your vacation up into, the Northeast,
Right.
and all of a sudden you have snow conditions that you may not be familiar with, or you didn't
Exactly.
plan or see correctly, and then you get that human factor panic
Right.
kind of coming in. So again,
Yeah.
great, prepare for that.
And in respect to what you just said, if you're not cognizant of or familiar with the location, the geographical location, I would suggest you get someone who is familiar with that location and maybe let them brief you, or even
Good-
if
good
you can
idea.
take them, because that may save your life. Don't be one of these individuals to say I know it all and get in the airplane and just fly off, because flying in Florida and flying over mountains, in Arizona or somewhere is totally different.
And it also reflects on the passengers, too, because part of my job as a Part 91 dispatcher is
Right.
making sure that the passengers understand. So we are a Florida-based, Central Florida company, and we're so used to this warm weather. So if we
Right.
are flying, of course, the captains are monitoring weather, but it's also letting the captains assure the passengers, hey, just FYI, it is going to be a 40-degree difference where we're landing,
Right.
plus we may have snow and ice conditions.
Exactly.
So kind of, keep it in awareness that you may be driving on those snow or ice conditions and
Right.
not the smooth, dry weather we're having down here. So situational awareness.
Yep.
All around.
Very important.
Going back to something you said a minute ago that really caught me is that weather reports and everything else are designed for meteorologists.
Yeah.
And you said pilots need to have it in and my favorite coin phrase lately has been dumb old chairman speak. And you were saying, are you pilots? Because pilots really need to understand the aviation weather. Somebody like Jack, who's a dispatcher,
Right.
they also need it. And we need to know. This morning we're looking at this. I'm watching the flags and stuff we see out here, and they are not even barely puffing. I'm looking usually, a lot of times I use the top of that tree over there to give me a better idea of what's a little bit higher. But
Right.
because we're looking at zero wind on the ground, completely still conditions this morning,
Yep.
that doesn't mean when we get up to 10,000 feet, heck, that doesn't mean we get to 1,000 feet. That's what the
Exactly.
conditions are going to be.
Exactly.
And here in South Florida, Central Florida, I'm sorry, I've 25, 45 years in South Florida. It's hard for me to break into saying Central Florida. I sit on my back patio. I'm really blessed to have a house that's underneath the right downwind to Lakeland
Nice,
Airport
very
here.
nice.
So I get to see a lot of things. But I have videos. If you go on my Facebook page, Dave Shellbetter, there are videos where I'm like, I had to video this and share it because there are clouds, lower level clouds that are moving directly west.
Right.
And there's clouds above them that are moving directly south, and clouds higher than that moving directly east. We have to understand the weather, and like I said, because what we're seeing here doesn't mean what's up in the sky, and doesn't mean what we're seeing at our
Well,
destination.
you made a valid point, because, for instance, if you're flying from point A to point B, and there's no weather reporting stations in that area, some pilots may want to use the closest weather station report and use that information, to land at the airport that of their intent.
Right.
That information would be totally different. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you can have two parallel runways, and the wind on those runways could be different. And so that's where the situation awareness come in, the knowledge of how weather works. And so that's what we're trying to do. And I personally think some of it is personal. I tell pilots that, if you want to be good at what you do, you make that effort to get the knowledge. And if you don't know, get with an instructor who knows, because
Yeah,
not every
definitely.
instructor is comfortable teaching weather, so you can get good at it, because the last place to learn is when you're in the air.
That's
Absolutely
The
correct.
time you need to know is not the time to try and learn.
Yes.
So Dr. Ian, we're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about weather and what you do and stuff. We've got 2 minutes before we're going to our 9 o'clock break. What can we expect for weather today
It's going
here
to be
in
around
Lakeland?
between 84, 85. So it's a nice sunny day. And you got winds coming out from east, about
Okay.
like 5
Yeah.
miles an hour.
Oh,
So it's
wow.
pretty light, because you see nothing really.
Nothing's moving, yeah.
Yeah.
Even so, one of our vendors has got a really tall, and I can see an American flag hanging straight out, and it's just hanging. It's beautiful,
Yep.
sign of freedom, but it's not moving.
It's actually a gorgeous day.
It is
It
gorgeous.
is.
I love the
yeah.
phrase one of my captains said at one time, severe clear.
Yep.
And that's what we have today.
Yeah.
Sea view. That's the phrase that I knew years ago. Ceiling and visibility
Visibility.
unlimited. Sea
Yep.
view. And what's that, Jim? Jim's mouthing something at me. Taboo?
Pavu.
I've got headphones on. I can't hear people. But one of our Yankees, Cheesehead, sent out a text this morning saying, "What can somebody explain this to me? Madison, Wisconsin, 57 degrees. Lakeland, Florida, 51 degrees." I only had one explanation. The Yankees did it. It's all the Yankees' fault. They brought this crap with them.
The campers love it, though. The campers are loving this cool morning weather.
It's a beautiful morning. Dr. Ian, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Where can people find you here on the field?
So we're in the FA hangar. As soon as you walk in the hangar, you'll see us in the corner. We have a simulator there showing some of the weather.
The big two-story building, which is just a little bit east of us here at the radio station. Again, we've been doing, this is a new feature we've done this year in the morning show. I'm glad everybody's come. Thank you to the FAA, and please thank all your contemporaries for bringing us. We're going to go to an announcement break, and then we will be back with the lovely and talented Ramona Cox, the Sky Chick.
Thank you very much for having us.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the AeroPup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit phillips66lubricants.com.
Plane Tags is back for a 3rd consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts, planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Another new feature at the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is our Family Oasis. Are you and your family ready to take a break? You can stop by the Family Oasis located in the heart of our new Future in Flight area. It's an oasis for young families, complete with comfort stations, nursing areas, and an escape from the sun. There's no charge. Access to the Family Oasis is included with daily admission. Open 9 to 4 daily, the new Family Oasis at Sun and Fun.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, the 30th annual broadcast here for Sun and Fun Radio from the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Sun and Fun Radio is brought to you by the generosity of Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Green Bay, we cannot thank you. We cannot thank you enough for what you do for us. Not only have they sponsored the radio station, I believe this is the fourth year they've sponsored us. This year they sponsored our video streaming. They donated money for us to get all of this beautiful equipment, make massive improvements to the station. So thank you, Green Bay, for what you do, and thank you to Dave Pasco, Live ATC, for streaming since 2010.
And even though we love Sun and Fun, we love everybody that's here at Sun and Fun. There is that other air show up north, so Green Bay is also providing a family 4-pack for a trip to go up there and enjoy
great
that
Air Venture giveaway.
Air Venture giveaway. Yep.
Stop by the radio station here on the corner of Leanhouse and Clubhouse, right by the big Cafe Pavilion, across from the big Honda generator display, and scan their QR code to enter that. And speaking of Honda is sponsoring this really cool thing called Highway to Skyway, and the Sky Chick Adventures. Ramona Cox, the Sky Chick herself, is gracing us with her beauty and presence this morning. And finally, my audience can understand why I get tongue-tied once in a while talking to this lovely lady. Miss Ramona Cox, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Now, your pedigree is quite long and interesting as well. You're Honda came and grabbed you and said, "Hey, we love what you do. We want you to represent us." You didn't seek them out, right?
No. What happened was I had been using solar previously. I'm a backcountry pilot, been doing that for 18 years, and so I was using solar, and then somebody said, "Try this generator." So I did, and I flew it California to Oshkosh. As soon as I arrived, I had already used the generator, and I was hooked. So I ran over to the distributor, and I said, "I need a Honda 1000 right now." So he sold it to me. And as I was walking away, somebody said to the Honda person, "Do you have any idea who that is?" And so I said, the fellow said, "No, I have no idea who that is." And so he said, "That's Sky Chick. She's giving a talk on gear in backcountry. If she just bought your generator, you want to be there." So I'm on stage and I'm talking about the generator and everything, and I'm raving about it. I'm starting it. I'm saying no more solar for me. And literally the fellow who he had talked to was the head of marketing for all of North America. So he was there, and he said, "You just gave a better talk on my generator than I've heard." And I said, "Great." So he said, "How do we have a relationship?" So we started that almost 10 years ago now.
Wow. Yeah, I know you've been doing it for a long time.
For a long time.
I didn't realize it was a whole 10 years. That's cool.
Yeah. And
so what do you do for Honda? You promote their products. You use their products.
Well, that is what I do for them. I am the epitome of powering the outdoor lifestyle. So I have a Turbo 206, and I'm a backcountry pilot, so I can take I'll take a generator when I'm back there. I'll, depending on where I go, I take an outboard motor, either a 2.3 and a boat, right?
Inflatable,
Sometimes
right?
two, an
Obviously.
inflatable boat. And I go out, I don't go out just for a week. I go out for months, and I fly all the most remote backcountry strips. There has to be a lake because I fish, right? And
You got to have dinner somehow.
you have to have dinner somehow. I actually hunt with a traditional bow as well. And so I did, for 5 years, I was flying it backcountry and using all their products and
Cool.
showing a solo female in the wilderness. I mean, I can land in the middle of 1 million acres of wilderness, and it's buck stops here, right, lecturing on it.
That's it. For our non-aviation listening audience, when we talk about backcountry flying, we're not talking about flying into a paved runway and taxiing up to a fuel farm and
Alignment, flagging you
and going
to
in and
park.
having a cup of coffee, go into the FBO and have a cup of coffee and borrow the FBO car and drive away. You're going out going, yeah, hey, look, a lake. Oh, that looks like a nice landing spot. And you tell me about picking a landing spot someplace that there isn't an airport. How do you go about that?
Well, usually what I'm landing in is Forestry Service spots, and so, but there's no road access. If I
Right.
land in Montana, I'm landing in the middle of 1.5 million acres of wilderness. Biggest population of grizzly bears this side of Alaska. Yeah, so I'm landing in very, very remote areas, and I've been doing it, like I said, I've been lecturing on it for 18 years. So long, I mean, we have a lot of groups now that are talking about backcountry flying and everything. So I've been doing it a super long time.
Super deal. So, okay,
Yeah.
but enough of the backcountry, back to Honda and what you do. You guys are having you call the highway to skyway
Well,
is your...
Yeah, it's actually Skyway to Highway.
Skyway to Highway, I'm
Because I
sorry.
started Skyway, right? And
Yep.
then for 4.5 years, I decided I'd try RVing. And so and they loved it because they have a large audience of RVers that use the generators. And so I thought I'd be out for 6 months, and I was out for 4.5 years, RVing 35 states,
Wow.
all over the country. Again, using the products because in my RV, I'll bring their generator. I bring a boat and I bring a motor. So I've traveled all over the country doing that. So this year, what is different is that. So I went through 35 states in that time. This year, this summer, I'm combining the two, Skyway to Highway. I'm taking the RV and starting out, and I'll be going through Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, probably somewhere into Montana and Idaho. I'll be out for 5 months.
Wow.
And so I'll take the RV and pick a location, fly back commercially, get my plane, and then fly the identical route. I'll be filming on the ground.
Right.
All of these places that I'm going to, fly the identical route so we can literally have side by side. Here's the aerial view of when I'm going through the canyons in Colorado. This is the aerial view of that, the aerial view of beautiful places in Utah, the Grand Canyon. And so it's going to be a combination of the two. And again, showing all the different products.
Now, you talk about recording it and side-by-side viewing. Now, how are we able to see it later on? How can we experience this through your eyes?
I'm going to be putting it together because I've been doing, as an influencer, I've been doing that for a long time. So, yeah, it'll be fascinating, I think, because a lot of times when I was flying along, I'd think, oh, look at that lake. Gosh, I wish I was down there. And then now I'll be able to show this is what that lake looks like down there when you're flying over it. So inevitably, I mean, if you can find some form of an airport that's close, then that would be great. So it's about powering the outdoor lifestyle. A solo female going out doing. First of all, only 6% of females are pilots.
We're having a little audio issue here, folks. I'm sorry
is that
about
better?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Everything they teach pilots is do not swallow the microphone. Hang back from the mic so people can understand you.
Right.
And then they come to the radio station, and I'm like, no, get up as close as you can to that thing.
Right.
Sorry, Ramona.
No,
continue.
that's okay.
But I think it's really
Yeah.
cool that you can, you'll drive up in your car and look at it and say, okay, this looks like a good spot, and you're going to set up camp. And then the next scene will be, there's my camp from the air. That's really cool.
Yeah,
Now,
well,
and
but
we've got less than 2 minutes left.
Okay.
So there's a contest and you can win prizes? And how do people find you on social media?
Right.
And how do they enter your contest?
So the way they find me on social media, Sky Chick Adventures, and I have YouTube, Instagram, pretty much everything that you could, Facebook. And so what I'll be doing is showing combining the two and just showing along the route of what it is that where I'll be going. And we run a sweepstakes. I've been running the sweepstakes for a long time. We have Honda generators. I usually pick some real interesting camping products. And so I'll run the sweepstakes, and that you'll be able to see that online on my own channels, that how people can sign up. They're really, really fabulous prizes. So anyway, so it's Ramona Cox, Sky Chick, Skyway to Highway Adventure. And I'm really looking forward to it, as I do every year. The key is 6% of all female pilots, 6% of all pilots are female. 1 infinitesimal percent of female pilots backcountry, right?
Wow.
There's nobody that goes out for 6 months taking all kinds of gear. I hunt too. I hunt with a traditional bow, just small game like fowl. So anyway, it's kind of an interesting thing for women to see that there is a female that's out there doing that's 5 feet tall, 98 pounds.
Ramona, the Sky Chick Adventures, representing Honda this morning, but you also represent Moto Art and Plane Tags. Thank you so much for making time.
Thank you.
If y'all want to hook up with Ramona, you can find the Plane Tags display outside of Hangar A, I believe it is.
Right.
And so stop by and see Ramona. Engineer, I'm running a few seconds late. Please take us to break.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the career fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
If you thrive on extreme and unusual attitudes in the sky, the aerobatic headquarters located just east of the approach end of Runway 5 along Taxiway E is your ultimate destination at Sun and Fun. We're distinct from the airshow pilots, but you might catch a few watching the airshow from our small grandstand. Curious about regulations and aircraft requirements? We're presenting forums throughout the week. Check the Sun and Fun schedule. Don't miss this chance to learn from those of us addicted to the thrill of extreme maneuvers. Come join us at the aerobatic headquarters, where the sky's the limit and every flight is an adventure.
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
And welcome back to Sun and Fun Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you again by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Unfortunately, the last day of the air show, but ladies and gentlemen, if you have been waiting for that beautiful weather to come and enjoy the air show, enjoy the vendors, the exhibitors, meeting people, forums, hands-on displays, hands-on workmanship, oh my gosh, the list is never ending. Today needs to be your day. One kind of thing I would like to nitpick is, ladies and gentlemen, you're on the side of the road and you're just wanting kind of to watch that air show with your children. You're not getting the full experience. Come through the gates. Come enjoy firsthand the chance to walk around, support these vendors, support the next generation of future pilots, dispatchers, A&P technicians. The list goes on and on. But that kind of brings me into my next guest, Blair Crutchfield with Aviator College, getting the next generation, ready to fly. So, Blair, good morning.
Good morning.
What brings you to Sun Fun?
So right now I'm representing my college. So we are Aviator College from the east coast of Florida, Fort Pierce, Florida, actually. And then we have our sister campus in Kissimmee, Florida, that trains the maintainers. So we're here kind of trying to spread the word and recruit the next generation of both aviators and technicians.
So you get something right there on the coast, or if you want something a little more inland, closer to, where the family can come in and kind of vacation, you got the best of both worlds there.
Exactly.
So this is a Aviator College that has been around for how long now?
They've been around for over 20 years.
Wow.
So much so that my dad actually went to Aviator, so I'm the second generation from there. So we got two of them.
I'm sure you'll pass it along, keep it in the family, and that's probably the respect you get, is knowing somebody else that's gone through a program, alumni that comes back and, just really represents the teachings, the knowledge to, support. This was such a great school. I want everybody I know and their brother to go here. And Florida does have different, colleges and universities to go to, but we support every program, every college that's out there. But the programs themselves are just very vast.
Yeah.
And I know that you guys have a lot of different programs as well, so let's talk about those.
Yeah. So Aviator College on the flying side, which would be Fort Pierce, Florida, we have our associate's degree program. That's going to pretty much give you the restricted ATP to 1250, and that builds in your licenses so that way you can still have that college experience while getting all of the licenses you're going to need. So private, instrument, commercial, multi, single, all your CFI licenses, so CFI, II, MEI, the whole shebang, and then that gets you the restricted ATP to 1250. We also have the commercial pilot program. That's going to be just your licenses. So private instrument, commercial, multi, single, stuff like that. On the AMT side, we do have our AMT campus in Kissimmee that kind of gets you all of the the required ratings that you're going to need to become an AMT in the airline world. So we have the best of kind of both sides.
Completely, which is more unique. I know we got a lot of vocational schools that are focusing just on, the hands-on, and we don't have a lot of combo, schools, colleges that actually can, assist with both. So that's a great tribute to, Aviator College being able to assist in all of those fields together. And it's the understanding that, like myself, we think about flying someday when we grow up, we'll become a pilot, but we lead into different career paths. I'm a Part 91 dispatcher.
Okay.
But, going back into the pilot side, not everybody wants to go join the airlines. They may want to stick with GA and, and be out here part of the show like this for the GA crowd.
Yeah.
They may want to be a AMP for one of the big airlines, or
And
they may not want to do that. They want more of a family style and just work for, a smaller corporation and still be home every night. So it's different walks of life that present the different opportunities to go to college and get these degrees, certifications, etc.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's important that we're here at Sun and Fun, because with Sun and Fun you have so many different aspects and so many different things that you can see to where some of my colleagues are like, hey, maybe I don't want to go and fly for the airlines. I want to go and try and be a stunt pilot or something.
Okay.
Some go and change like, oh, ATC is pretty cool. So it's good to kind of go out here, support the vendors, support everybody that decide to come out here and kind of show face for not just our school, but all the other schools out there, all the other career paths that you have available to you, and kind of the beautiful part that is aviation, and say, hey, maybe this is exactly what I want to do, and hey, maybe I need to pick a different career path in aviation because that's more my passion. So that's the cool part about being out here.
Meeting friends, meeting, other colleagues, past students, I'm sure, you got a lot of stories. It probably brings in that as well. I know I'm getting my degree, I'm getting my certification, but I really don't know where to go. So does Aviator College have a program with some of these larger companies or smaller companies for like a job placement program as well?
So we do. So we have a dedicated office for job placement and career placement. That helps us with our cadet program. So I'm actually a Frontier cadet. So that's exciting, right?
Excellent. Congrats.
Thank you. And then we also have our JetBlue program, so our JetBlue pathway, and then we have all of the pretty much major regional airlines coming in and talking to us and trying to say, hey, these are the different cadet programs, because I do genuinely believe cadet programs are where the industry's going to kind of want to go, especially with some of the delays and stuff like that are happening. You're seeing first officer hiring slow down a little bit. I was talking to someone at the PSA tent, and they're like, hey, the cadet program, man, is the way to go. So there's different options for you, and it's definitely helping younger aviators go ahead and kind of not feel like, hey, I'm lost. I have my licenses. I don't know where I'm going with this. I have all these hours to build. What do I do? And especially having that mentor pilot as well, whether it's the cadet programs, whether it's, someone from YouTube or something like that, like mine, Ludix Aviation, love that guy, right? You watch him and you're like, hey, this is what I need, and this is exactly like, okay, he did it, so can I.
We have our own Central Florida Aerospace Academy that's based here at Lakeland Linder International Airport, which is a public high school that has, the 5 different tracks in aviation, including drones, Air Force ROTC. But one of the teachers years ago actually brought the idea up that it's even getting the professionalism that needs to be presented for college or a profession. So it's even just a mentor sitting down with some of these students and realizing, okay, here's what you need to do for college prep. Here's what you need to do to write that resume. So it's great that you're talking about a mentorship, program, just to have, one person kind of, bring somebody aside and say, hey, I've been there, I've done that, and here's a career path, and here's how to get that career you may want. Or if you don't know what it is, here, let me kind of show you the ins and outs.
Yeah, exactly.
But you also have a note here of the Alpha Eta, if I'm saying that correctly, Rho chapter.
Yep, you got it. So Aviator College proudly joined the Alpha Eta Rho fraternity last year. I was a founding member and president along with my other founding member. She's actually right behind me. There's Joey Fontana, Porter, Brereton, Weston, Garrett, and Bradley Gribbins. So there's a few more, Manuel, Benavides, stuff like that. We all kind of got together. It was actually an email, and we were like, hey, this looks cool. How can we start this here to kind of bring Aviator College from, hey, we're a small college that doesn't have too many activities. It's fly, 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 to kind of building a culture of, hey, we're all in this together. So I feel like we successfully did that. Right now, we're about 30 members strong with only 2 semesters pledging in a college that's about 250 people. So growing fast, growing pains happen, but hey, that means we're rolling, right?
I mean, look at Sun Fun 50 years ago. You know, it was just an idea, just a concept. You know, of a gentleman and ladies sitting around like, what if we did an air show? You know, during the warmer temperatures. But there's always got to be that starting point. And look what happened 50 years later. I mean,
exactly.
we are on hundreds of acres of land, enjoying a beautiful, you know, week-long air show and meeting people and vendors and like this, the colleges, you know, getting the next generation ready. And it's not so much, you know, an age level. I mean, yes, there's certain requirements. You know, if you're, you know, an elder gentleman or lady, you can't be flying. But this is not. I'm focusing on high school, you know, associates. You know, just coming in. But hey, I'm 50 years old. I might want to start, you know, flying someday. You're never too, you know, young or old to go to college.
Never too old to start flying
Exactly.
either. I mean, even 50. You know, we've had people at our college that started at 48, and they have all of their licenses, and it's still worth it for them to try and get in.
You talked about your father going to college as well at Aviator College, and then bringing you in. Was that a family influence to get you into flying, or was it just, I saw my dad, his career, I just wanted to kind of fill his shoes? So what personally kind of brought you also into...
So a little bit of both, right? I always
okay.
liked airplanes. There's actually a picture of me at an air show with like binoculars and like, you know, a tank top and whatever in a lawn chair. So it's kind of that, and it's also growing up around airplanes, seeing, you know, when my dad flew and stuff like that, that's kind of the life I would want in the future. Because people say, oh, you're away from home for so long. But not really, because when you get home, it's your time, you know?
Right.
And obviously I have the beautiful support of my mother as well. And then my dad, me and my mom were always around with my dad coming home, and it was a special time. So that's definitely what pushed me there. And then also, even at Sun and Fun right now, watching the next generation of aviators, seeing, hey, I get to wear this uniform, and then having the little kid in the binoculars go ahead and say, oh my God, he's a pilot. You know, let me take a picture with him.
Yep.
Can I have a picture? I think I've even given a kid a pair, like I had a spare pair of epaulets, and I was like, there you go. And you never know that generations later, that kid's going to come back to you flying captain of an Airbus A320 and say, hey, this is what started it.
Yep.
Thanks.
There you go. We got about 30 seconds left, but my motto is never burn a bridge in the aviation community, because you don't know who you're going to meet later that may have been a student or, you know, could be your PIC someday. Just, you know, this is such a great opportunity to, you know, get a degree, get a license, certification, and you're a huge part of it. So Blair Crutchfield, Aviator College, we thank you for your time up here. Thank you for the teachings, the learnings that you're providing for, you know, these, I'm sure, hundreds and hundreds of, you know, students, and keep it going.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having us.
We're about to go to a break, but stay tuned from the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Take it away, guys.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day zero, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
This is Paul Zarnicki of Paradise City, Light Plain area. A heartfelt thank you to all of the sponsors, exhibitors, and spectators that attended this 50th Sun and Fun. Gene Conrad and his crew have done a wonderful job making this 50th Sun and Fun a memorable one. It's been a great show. We appreciate everyone coming out. We'll see you next year, April 1st through April 6th. Let's do it again right here at Lake Linlander Airport. That'll be the 51st Sun and Fun.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hello, aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of showplanes at Sun 'n Fun. Witness a stunning array of aircraft in our showplane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun 'n Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Sun 'n Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Redbird Flight. Redbird Flight is powering the future of flight training with devices, apps, and content that make it easier for you to master the art of flying. You can visit booths NE51 and NE52 to try the company's innovative flight simulation solutions for flight schools, universities, K-12 schools, and individual pilots. For more information, visit redbirdflight.com. Join the migration.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun 'n Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun 'n Fun Radio's Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun 'n Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo. Now, why am I holding this ridiculous paper up so high? Because I want people to know that I don't remember this stuff. I write it out and put it in front of me so I don't goof it up.
They've seen both of us doing it all week, just reading of it. That's the only script we have. Everything else is just
Everything
live.
else is ad-libbed, yeah.
Yep, ad-libbed, there you go.
And like the reference you made earlier in the week, our live bloopers reel.
Yes, the little ding ding. I'm up to 102 on the little ding ding right now.
Oh,
so
cool.
yeah,
we're gonna have a bell next year that while we're on air I can ring the bell. I'm Dave Shellbitter, and that voice is my
Jack
co-chair,
Mason. Good morning,
Jack Mason. We have another guest on deck. We've been doing this all week. Want to welcome to deck Mr. Bo Garrett.
Good morning.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm Bravo Golf.
Bravo Golf, you got it.
And that is bravogolf.com.
FlyBravoGolf.com.
FlyBravo.com.
Yes, sir, yeah.
All right, FlyBravoGolf.com. Thank you for being with us, Bo. Now,
thank you for
Bravo
having me.
Golf. So you guys sell golf clubs, or?
You know, it's one of those if you know, you know. So, Bo Garrett, Bravo Golf. If you're a pilot, you understand that. That's
That's
so
where,
that's
okay,
where it
Bravo
comes
Golf.
from.
I love to hear the backstories when our guests come on.
You know, I'm not that creative, so I was just like, phonetically, Bravo Golf sounds pretty good, so let's just go with that.
Stick with it. Yeah.
You know, it works.
All right. And Bravo Golf, I was teasing. I do know that Bravo Golf is a watch company.
Yep.
Now, tell me about your approach. No disrespect to anybody intended. Not
Sure, yeah.
Bing was here yesterday with the pilot, the aviator watches for women at Abingdon.
Yeah.
But tell me why your watch is different from everybody else on the market.
Well, I tell you what. Can I start with a quick origin story?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm a commercial pilot. Flew professionally for about 10 years. I never really loved bulky aviators. I'm a guy with small wrists. They were always too big on my wrists, and I often would hit them in the cockpit. They were often too complex for me as well. And as my first flying job, I towed banners on the beach in Florida, and I made $10 an hour. So it's like, what possesses somebody to do that for $10 an hour? I'll never know, but I did it. So I didn't want it to be overpriced. So bulky aviators tend to be traditional aviators. They can be thousands of dollars. And so I felt like, pilots maybe felt the same way. Other pilots might. So I sent out a survey on social media about 2 years ago, and I had a feature set. It had about 5 to 7 features, and I was like, hey, guys, what do you think about these features? Would you rate them? In 6 weeks, I had 1,800 responses from different pilots. Yeah, so I was like,
1,800 in how long?
Over 1,800 in 6 weeks. Yeah.
I'm very much into the social media, and the joke nowadays is kids say Facebook is for old people. Well, I'm an old person, so I'm on Facebook a lot, and that kind of response is staggering.
It was remarkable, yeah. So we had all of this data, and I'm a bit of a data geek, so I spent a lot of time just trying to understand that. Basically, what we heard of, what was the gist was, hey, we just want something simple that gives us a quick GMT to local conversion, which that's probably a great time to cut to the product shot over there.
So Mr. Derek?
You're giving the origin that your product history was actually based on pilots'
feedback,
thoughts, feedback, kind of the requirements. A lot of it sounds like, I'd like to focus less on looking at my, wrist and, focusing on flying.
Correct. Yep. So our ethos is sort of, we want to minimize distractions in the cockpit, not create new ones, and just create something that lasts and is durable and looks really great worn. So that's what we came up with.
I'm a man that loves a leather band. After my son, kind of showed his off, I'm like, what, bud, I like that. The comfort, level and all that. But the steel band is also out there, if needed. Yep. But this watch that Dave's got on his, live cam right now is a leather band. But the uniqueness is like what you said. It's not super bulky. It's not, showing off too much, how to figure this out. This is a very beautiful, like you said, somewhat simplistic, where it's not, taking focus away from, other items.
Yeah.
Or from itself. And even the leather band, that's the first thing I saw. Like, I got to put this on my Christmas wish list. Where's my wife? She's here somewhere.
There you go.
She was actually here just a moment
talk
ago.
to the boss for sure.
There she is. There she. Look at that.
Yeah, there she is.
The magic of radio video.
Hey,
honey, I want one of these.
My Christmas present's over here. Just FYI, honey.
There we go. Or Father's Day coming up. Or
Very
birthday,
true. Hey, why are we waiting until the end of the year? Good point.
I know. You
Birthdays.
help him out with Father's Day. He doubles down for Mother's Day. That's a win-win.
And well, with April and I, it's a just because I love you.
Yeah,
gift,
There
I
you
love
go.
you and want you to be happy. So
That's
here's
right.
a present. It's
That's
not your
right.
birthday. It's not
Beautiful.
Valentine's Day.
Do not go home empty-handed tonight, then. Now that you're saying that, don't go home empty-handed.
I got home last night, and she's like, "Oh, I bought you something today." And I go in my office, and there's a new laptop stand on my desk.
Oh, nice.
It's like, "Oh, cool." She's, "Yeah, you don't have to use that cooling fan anymore." So
yeah, there you go.
Incredibly difficult at holidays and birthdays. Valentine's, it's like, why do we buy each other something? Because we throughout the year we get what we want. We give each other gifts all year. But
you guys
anyways,
sound like you do.
Your
it
watch
right.
is really cool. I mean,
Thank you.
Derek took the shot a few minutes ago, and I was zooming in on the GMT dial.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like, if we can switch back to the view here again, Dave's phone cam, is that you can see. I'm using the UV pointer you gave me, how bright that glows.
Yeah.
When we
we
go there, so you charge it up under a normal light.
Yeah, for about 15 minutes if you stick it under a lamp. Then it's Super Luminova. The nerd knowledge behind that, it's X1 grade, which is 60% brighter after 2 hours of usage than standard grade. So it's very bright at night if you activate it. And then too, if you want to tap on the sapphire there, Dave.
Tap on it.
Yeah,
we're
you
not
can
on the
tap.
product cam, but
No,
we'll go
okay.
ahead and
Well,
hear it.
so you'll hear it. So that's sapphire crystal. The only thing that'll cut that is a diamond. It doesn't scratch. It doesn't chip.
So you want this to be everyday wear?
Everyday wear, but if you're like me and you're flying, you're hitting your watch on a bunch of different things when you're doing your pre-flight or whatever else. So I just wanted it to last. I wanted it to be something that you could wear flying and you can also wear out, on a date night or whatever else.
It's really cool. We were on the product cam a moment ago, and I was showing everybody. I shine a light on it, and it just glows.
Oh yeah.
This is cool.
It's very beautiful.
And you're in full daylight. You're in the Florida sunlight right now. I mean, it is full normal daytime.
Yeah.
Now we've got about 2 minutes left in the thing in the interview this morning. First question is, if it's not a state secret, your prices range from and to?
Yeah. So let me just say this really quickly. A lot of pilots out there are coming up, especially student pilots, newly minted pilots. They don't have a ton of cash in the bank, frankly, because they just got all their ratings. And so I didn't want this to break the bank for anybody. So this is not going to be something that's multiple thousands of dollars. So we retail that for $595 online.
Wow. I've seen what Aviator watches go for, and that's like amazingly
There's
affordable.
usually an extra zero towards the end of that $595 on some other brands.
Exactly, right?
I was in the Hard Rock, and I saw a Breitling in the case, and I'm like, that has to be a typo. And I asked the guy, no, that's what they sell for.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know. So
and then
it's something you can't approach. But it's $495 at the show just for
Okay.
today. After today, they go back up to $595. So.
All right, but let me ask you now, as we were talking before we went on air, your interview is going to play throughout the year.
Yeah.
If somebody reaches out to you and says, I heard about you on Sun and Fun Radio. I heard your interview on Sun and Fun Radio. You going to give them maybe a 1% discount?
Yeah, I'll help them out. For sure. Yeah, we're friends with Sun and Fun.
All right,
so
now
you guys
here
just
on
let
the
me know.
grounds, where can people find you?
Booth B17.
B17.
Yep,
Gee,
we're
what
Hangar
a
B.
fitting number.
Isn't that great?
That is. That's
I didn't
cool.
even ask for that booth. So when we signed up, we actually had a booth in Hangar C, and then we had to change, and it ended up being booth B17. So I'm like,
that's
perfect.
Cool. That is
of
too
course,
cool.
now, if you're here on the campus, B17. B is the second of our exhibit hangars.
Right.
And 17 is the booth number in B. Your website,
Yes,
real
sir.
quick.
FlyBravoGolf.com. You can also follow us on Instagram at FlyBravoGolf.
Are you guys on Facebook, too, for old men like
We
me?
are on Facebook as well. Same handle, Fly Bravo Golf.
Fly Bravo Golf.
Yes, sir.
And again, Mr. Bo Garrett, thank you so much for
Thank you,
being
guys.
with us.
Really appreciate
We're going to
it.
go to a break. Actually, we're not going to
We're
a
not
break.
gonna break.
This is live shout-outs.
Yeah, we're going to continue.
I'm a chairman, and I don't know this stuff. So we're going to do some live shout-outs. And since we don't have to do a hard break, is there anything you want to add, Bo?
Oh, one thing I would like to add is I also love to commemorate a pilot's journey. It takes a lot of passion and sacrifice to become a pilot. If you are a pilot, we will engrave your airman number on the case back. So that's just something to keep in mind. Makes it that much more special as a gift, once you get one of your ratings or, for a birthday or Father's Day. So you just include that as part of your order on the website, and we get it done, and we ship it out to you in about 7 days.
Let me ask you about this, because I know we had one of the other companies talking about warranty, repairs.
Absolutely. Let me also mention this really quickly. You mentioned the leather band. This is designed and assembled in America. Comes with a 2-year manufacturer's warranty. And the leather itself comes from one of the oldest tanneries in the United States. Comes out of Chicago, Illinois. So we did our best to source as many parts as we could from the U.S.
We're going to have to talk to Dr. Dave up there in Health Quest Radio in Chicago and tell him to go check it out for us.
There you go.
Thank you, Bravo Golf.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Bo Garrett.
Thanks for having me.
And we appreciate you coming.
Absolutely.
And we're going to give you your product. No, that's going to stay here.
Oh, no. I'm bringing it to my side of the microphone.
No, Bo said this is
Why don't you guys put that on today and just keep it for the day, and then come see me at Booth B17, and we'll get you sorted out.
I don't think that'd be a good idea. No, Bo, we love your trust, but we're very nicely
You're
going
placing
to.
so much faith in us.
Yeah,
but,
we're going to give it back.
Yeah.
To you.
All right, there you go. Thank you, guys.
Somebody just said in my ear, you'll never see it again.
Oh, right.
Thank you so much.
Bravo Golf.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
Bravo
Bo.
Golf.
You bet.
Thank you for
You bet.
coming by. We're doing a hot swap, so Bo's going to leave the deck on camera, and we are going to bring our next guest up to the yellow mic. We will be in great shape. And in the meantime, Jack and I are going to talk about shouting out to people, shouting out to the Sarasota Smokehouse for our new Sunset Grill.
I'm going home every day, and I'm realizing I still smell like barbecue, and it's just just to realize all day long we've been smelling it. Not getting the
why?
chance, but
You look right over there, right over off of the radio deck. There is a burgers and sausage stand.
Oh, yeah.
That is, and when the wind shifts from just the right direction, it's like, I just had a fantastic Sun and Fun Radio waffle. Why am I hungry? Oh, because I'm smelling this stuff. You know, one of the shout-outs I want to give.
Go for it.
I want to give a massive, huge shout-out thank you to Green Bay Austin Straubel.
Absolutely.
And FlySassy.com, Miss Sarah Rutland, Shoreline Aviation Services.
And her wonderful husband, Glenn.
And
Thank
her
you so
husband,
much.
Glenn, for sponsoring our crew appreciation dinner last night. And also to Uncontrolled Airspace, UCAP. UCAP also contributed to our dinner. One of our volunteers, Dominic Perez, CFA student, came in for the first time last year as a freshman. He's a little guy, about this tall. And he came in and he just like everything we threw at him. You know, usually you get these freshmen in here, they're like, yeah, they'll be good changing, sweeping the floors.
Yeah,
and
they might be a little
trash.
quiet. This is their first year in,
Right.
in high
Dominic
school.
steps in, man. He rocked it.
Completely.
He started out editing, and he banging them out. Boom, boom, boom. They're done. And they are good.
I came to him the other day with a question, and he knew the answer.
And then he wanted to try some engineering. Now,
Mhm.
normally our engineers, we have a very complex board. Right? Our thanks to Jim Goldman, who donated a beautiful, beautiful control board for us. Fully digital, you got your iPad, you can control it, everything else. And usually our engineer training consists of you spend a 4-hour shift watching and hearing the explanation of what they're doing. You spend another 4-hour shift trying out, going hands-on and trying it with somebody right over your shoulder. Push this button now, and then maybe on your third shift, you'll run the board. Dominic was running the board after like an hour.
Dived right in.
And dove in. He
doing
got
a
that.
great
He got a hold
job.
on that. And then he jumped in and wanted to try reporting. I'm expecting him to come back with, goofball interviews with his buddies. He's got some. He's knocking it out of the park. He's putting my experienced reporters to shame. And this kid comes back this year. Now, this year, his father, he comes back. My dad loves to use his smoker, and he's offering to smoke some food for you guys for dinner. So we bought a bunch of brats and said, we love it. Green Bay, Wisconsin, got to have brats.
Oh, yeah.
They came in last night. We had brats. They did arroz con pollo, chicken and rice. Some of the best chicken I have ever had. You bite into that brat, and there was that beautiful red smoke ring halfway through the brat. Oh, man. You guys, everything was so...
It was good. I think Dave's giving me a little bit of a guilt trip because I missed it, but I was actually at a fundraiser, so I had a good excuse. But no, you're right. The vendors and the sponsors that you've got, working with you to provide that is just thank you so much.
I understand that you were recreating your life sentence moments, so...
And
they're laughing. And
1 year ago from engagement to a year later being married.
Last year, Saturday night's event, Jack proposed. It was the worst kept secret of Sun and Fun 23. Everybody but Audrey knew that Jack was going to propose. And I pointed out the next day, I said, you did realize that yesterday was April Fool's, right?
Which I was covered. If she said no, I'm just joking, it's just a April Fool's joke, but luckily she said yes, so we were covered.
Well, after she said, I'm going to kill you.
True, that was the first
on
sentence.
stage in front of hundreds of people. Congratulations,
Thank
you
you,
guys.
thank
You're
you.
newlyweds. I'm so happy for you. Our next guest is already on deck. We did a hot swap, and that is Aeroverse. It says, Aeroverse offers original TV series, documentaries, and has secured content from some of the world's most popular YouTube channels, like Mike Patey, Aviation 101, Baron Pilot, and many more. And you know what? You know what I heard?
What's that?
Somebody from Sun and Fun Radio is going to try and bribe them to get Sun and Fun Radio's live in there.
What a great idea. And talk about being put on the spot.
And we did
But
a hot
it is
swap.
a great idea.
We did a hot swap, so we did not. Let me see if I can reach over here and double click on this to bring us up and see. We are talking to Charles Cook.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning. Good morning, Charles. Tell me about, well, first, what is Aeroverse other than the descriptive I just read?
Sure. Aeroverse is a streaming app. So you can watch it on our website, which is computer-based. And, of course, you can watch it on your iPhone or your tablet. But it also is downloadable, in other words, right on your smart TVs. So Apple TV, Roku, Android, there's a whole list of apps. So what we did is we moved it off a computer screen right into your home on your large TV. And then we have a very large, over 300 documentaries and shows on there. So it's a very large library, and we're actually adding to it every week. So it's quite a thing.
So, and you said Android-based, i-based, Roku. We've actually recently added a Roku box to our living room TV because it didn't come with Roku. So, and it's an app. Is there a charge for the app?
There is. It's about $8 a month, or
Okay.
if you buy a whole year, it's $80.
Oh, that's a good deal.
And of course, we're working on some discounts with ALPA and EAA members. So, and I want to add, it's also on Apple TV.
Apple TV.
Perfect. Perfect.
I don't talk about iProducts.
Some of us are Apple fans. Some of us
You
are like
talk
you.
about iProducts. I talk about
with
Droid.
Android. So you got the best of both worlds up here to talk to you.
The running joke is that the most stubborn person in the world is an Android user that refuses to switch to iProduct. And my comeback to that is the most stubborn person in the world is an iProduct user who refuses to admit that Android might actually be a viable platform.
So you're talking
You guys cover it all.
You're talking to two very stubborn people then.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Back to Arrowverse. Now, how does I made the joke about you're going to be carrying Sun and Fun Radio's stream, but how does one go about getting on your? Say we're talking with Ramona Sky Chick Adventures. How do you go about getting the content that you post? Are there copyright laws? Are there licensing issues?
Well, everything is licensed, okay? So it's really a 3-tier approach. We create our own content, which we were doing one out here this whole week on David Martin flying the Bucher Youngmeister, if you saw him in the air show. And that's in our original series called Throttle Jockey. And what Throttle Jockey is we go look at aviation jobs that are not airline flying. In other words, Part 121, 135, anything but that. So crop duster, aerobatic pilot, banner tower, air ambulance. Well, we create that. So we have a whole section of our own created content. We have several shows, different type shows. We also licensed a bunch of very good aviation content that's already been made and is out for sale for being licensed. So we have a very extensive library of that, and it's very good stuff. We have, for instance, a whole Red Bull library, if you like Red Bull.
Wow. That's impressive. That's impressive. Red Bull does some neat stuff.
Right. And then the third tier of it is we go to YouTube shows that are very high quality, and we license them into it also. And we feel that that approach gives us a chance to develop stuff that we think needs to be targeted. We have the midsection would be stuff that is already done that is still relevant and good, but the YouTube gives us one more dimension in that it's very current and quick turn and a little more right on the spot that week. So we have only gone to the ones we consider very high quality, which is Mike Patey, Jimmy's World. We're doing one with Airspace Auctions down here on looking at some very unique airplanes in their auction site. So and then we have Aviation 101, right, which is look at general aviation flying, but it's very current and up to date.
Now, I have a new product that I've purchased to use, and it's called a pair of Facebook Meta glasses. They're live video streaming glasses. If I wanted to get my content on your service, is that something I can say, hey guys, I'll give you $50 a month for streaming my stuff, or you're going to review it and decide if it's worthy of you?
Well, we will review it. I'll just tell you frankly, because at the very incept of this, we said we are not going to scare anybody out of aviation. We are not going. Yep. We are not going to defame someone in aviation. We are not going to do something that excludes. You go, well, that's kind of a small point. No, it's not.
That's huge. I'm sorry. That is, and it is an absolutely admirable position to take. I really applaud you for that, because there are so many people that use sensationalism to get clicks.
That's correct, and we're not going to allow that. And the very first step, I mean, just to go right into the heart of your question, the very first step, it will have to be vetted and gone, no, this is a positive thing for aviation, or it does not come over.
I love it.
Good.
That's our
Congratulations
our
for
motto
that.
too here at the
Absolutely.
station. Yeah, good on you for
Good.
that.
And then the second thing, just to finish that, we actually want your wife to sit down and watch the shows with you. Now, we're right up front. Not every show is for the whole family.
Right.
And what I mean is someone may not like watching someone restore a warbird. But if you're austere enough to know your wife wants to sit down, pick one of the other shows she'll watch with you, and it's still aviation. So, point of it is, you can hand your child the controls to this show, however you're viewing it, and you do not have to worry about one thing they look at. And, and aviation is exciting enough, there doesn't have to be the other to pull you in. So that's the first step. Second step, then we filter down in some other topics we look at as far as you bringing your show on, because it has to be well done. We're not going to water down all our well done content.
Good idea.
So there's a couple steps in the process.
And over 300 shows to choose from.
Currently,
Wow.
and it is increasing
That's
right
great.
now.
That's
When
great.
did you start that you have 300 shows already?
We started in December.
Wow. So
Yeah.
you're literally 4 or 5 months into this.
That is correct.
And you're already up to 300 shows. We have just under 2 minutes left with you. So first question is, how can people find you here on campus? Do you have a display set up? Are you just wandering around?
We are, without giving a booth number, because I
You can
find
give a booth
people.
number.
Oh no, it's A61. But
Okay.
if you'll go in A, we're on the center row.
Okay, center
the
row
Just
of
that
hangar
easy.
A.
Okay.
That's
All right.
correct.
Our exhibit hangars here. You can actually see it from the station here. It's the first of the 4 exhibit hangars. And then for our listening audience who couldn't make it, how do they find you online?
It's aeroverse.com.
Aeroverse.com. Okay. Now
No,
you guys.
hold on. Or go to the App Store and just type in Aeroverse.
Aeroverse. AEROVERSE. AEROVERSE.com. AEROVERSE in the search bar. Any platform, iPlatform, Android, PC, iMac, or Mac systems. You said Hulu, or not Hulu, I'm sorry, Roku.
Right.
So pretty much anywhere they are, you can watch Aeroverse TV. And I wasn't joking. I would love to see if there was something we can do to get some Sun and Fun radio clips up, if it's possible. If not, there's no wrong answer.
We would have no issue handling that. In other words, we're set up to take it very quickly and get it, and we can actually create a row where it's layered. So I will talk to someone
Great.
when I walk off. I would be more than happy to do that.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Again, we've been speaking with Charles Cook with Aeroverse, AEROVERSE.com. Search Aeroverse. Great stuff. We're going to cut to break. We'll be back.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85 plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun & Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun & Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun & Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
And now, back to the Sun & Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome to Sun & Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun & Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo. From a little idea that started 50 years ago to this multi-international community, people flying in from all over the world. We've got vendors, we've got sponsors, we've got air shows, we've got fireworks, we've got, like I said earlier, the forums, the hands-on, the educational side of it. There's just too much to take in within one day. So if you are not here on the last day, plan on next year, the 51st. I know they're already in the plans for getting next year, just, continuing always year to year, bigger and better. I am Jack Mason. I am your host for the next 9.5 minutes, and I'm about to be educated with Mr. Ned Parks on helicopter wake turbulence. Ned, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic, thank you.
I love your little shirt there, celebrating the 100th anniversary, of course, a couple years ago,
Yep.
the QBs.
That's right.
Can we do a short plug on those first real quick?
Sure.
QBs, go ahead real quick.
Yeah, just it's a great organization. It's a invitation only, but it's been around since 1921. And it was kind of invented by Eddie Rickenbacker and several others. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Excellent. They are our
right
neighbors.
Next door, yeah.
Absolutely, our neighbors out here. So we
For
support them
years.
100%. Many, many good years with these buildings.
Right.
So, Ned, I'm a Part 91 dispatcher that's based indoors. So I do not do any flying. I just, point, go here, fly this high, land at this time if you could, please, and take this many passengers. So I listen to Live ATC, of course, and you can find us here on liveatc.com. liveatc.net/SNF as I look over my shoulder here on Facebook. Good morning. But I do hear about, watch for heavy wake turbulence. Mentioned a bunch, but we're going to talk about helicopter wake turbulence. So what's a great definition on that you can teach me?
Yeah, well, that's a loaded question.
A loaded question there.
And,
Okay.
and the reason it's a loaded question is because the only definition out there right now is the one I've given it.
Okay.
So really, when you look at the FAA and what they're talking about with helicopters, they talk about downwash, and we talk about that a lot. So when the helicopter's at a hover, the air that it's producing is coming straight down and then hitting the ground and moving out. And there's actually quite a bit of teaching that goes on around there, and most people are fairly knowledgeable about that. What is little known or almost unknown is what does the helicopter do with its air when it's in forward flight. And what we now know, due to a big study that was done in 1994 and published in 96 by the FAA, and it's the only forward flight study, at least that I can find.
Okay.
We now know that it leaves vortices behind it, much like a heavy aircraft. And it's not talked about by anybody anywhere. There's one very small mention of it in the AIM and in the aircraft wake turbulence AC. So the short story, Jack, is in September of 2021, I was at a pilots group. We were having a September clam bake that we do in Northeast Ohio. We're big for those up there, and it's just our get-together we do every year. And we had a helicopter landing at the airport where we were at, and a gentleman took off behind him, got tangled up in his wake turbulence, flipped upside down, hit the runway, aircraft burst into flames, he was killed. So that shook everybody up, as you can imagine.
Obviously, yeah.
So being a helicopter pilot myself and a fixed-wing pilot and a witness, I was there the next day with the NTSB. We were talking about it, and we happened to have the entire thing on video from the airport, so we know exactly what happened. And it started a discussion about what's going on behind the helicopter. Because as an Army helicopter instructor pilot and a civilian instructor pilot, I've never taught that. I've never learned it. I've never talked about it. Downwash, talk about it all day. So that started a working group that just formed itself through National Association of Flight Instructors, the AOPA Air Safety Foundation, and the Helicopter Association International, which is now the Vertical Association International. We kind of started just volunteering our time to get together and say, what can we find, what we do, we got to get the word out. And that has been going on ever since. And we're now at a place where I have a presentation that I do. In fact, I did it twice here. I do it usually 4 times at Oshkosh. I will do it online for free for anyone that asks, any pilots group that asks, whether it's 6 people or 100 people, I don't care. We're bound and determined to get the information out.
The awareness.
The awareness,
Absolutely.
absolutely. It's interesting, Jack, I talk to DPEs, I talk to FAA, and they sit there and shake their heads and go, Ned, this is something we've never thought about. And what I tell in my presentations to everybody, I do not in any way, shape, or form blame anyone for not knowing. I don't blame anyone or criticize anyone for not saying anything. Everybody is pretty much doing what we have known to do to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have new information. Now let's do something new. So as an example, one of the reasons you never hear, and that's why the name of the presentation is Caution Helicopter Wake Turbulence.
Okay.
It actually is wake vortices, but we never talk about it as wake turbulence. And I don't want to clutter the minds of pilots. We know what wake turbulence is. It's bad. It's invisible. Stay away from it. Let's just simplify the term. But what's fascinating is the FAA Air Traffic Controllers Handbook, the 7110.
Mm-hmm.
It specifically says that they will provide separation and awareness caution wake turbulence, for helicopters when they are over 41,000 pounds. There are 3 helicopters in the country that are over 41,000
I was about to say, my
pounds.
lack of knowledge, but that seemed pretty regulated.
It's
limited.
It's
Okay.
very limited. And I think one of the reasons is they just didn't have the information before.
Okay.
I now have videos and I have interviews and I have accident reports that we've dug up of a Robinson R-44, 2,500-ish pounds, almost turning a 172 over on takeoff, about 2,500-ish pounds. So it is a very different animal that we really need to learn a lot more about.
We do pay great respect to the NTSB for digging in, investigating, but also allowing the resources and tools for groups like yours to be able to do the research, to learn from. I mean, unfortunately, there's going to be the mistakes, the accidents out there, but thanks to support like your group, the awareness needs to be brought up, taught, learned, and educated, to prevent, more or less. Now, I'm picturing, of course, I'm based here at Lakeland Linder, and I know we've got a helicopter facility next door that does repairs, great facility there. So we do not see a lot of helicopters, out on our field, and I'm sure that's the same, in most airports. So is it, is the awareness, trying to be brought just for helicopter pilots specifically, for GA pilots to be aware of the helicopters flying around? I mean, what is that target audience kind of limited?
Jack, you've nailed the second great question of the interview. So this is really for anybody.
Great.
And let me tell you very quickly why. It is absolutely critical for rotary wing pilots to understand this at a whole new level that many of us have never understood for years. So we can help with the separation. We can help with that awareness. That's number one. Number two, it's absolutely critical for fixed wing pilots to know it so they can take their own actions on the field when they're operating in and around, ask for separation, wait to take off, whatever it happens to be. But there's a third group that I find fascinating, and the more we've gotten into this, the more I'm finding that FBO operators and airport operators are clueless about this. And they don't have designated helicopter parking spaces. If they don't have that or can't have that at many, especially uncontrolled airports without a fuel truck, they'll, and I've flown helicopters all over this country. I got 4,000 hours in them. I've gone everywhere. So, I'll go into an uncontrolled field and they'll say, taxi up, hover up to the pumps and we'll get you fuel. Well, the pumps are littered with FOD. There's little ladders hanging around and gloves and trash can lids and other aircraft. And it's like, no, you can't have that. Or the tower controllers will have us take off, which is fine, keeping us out of the way of fixed wing, which they should because we can, take off from the taxiway at your own risk. Well, we do that all the time. It's not a big deal. But how far are we from the runway? And is our rotor wash and or our wake turbulence getting in the way of the runway? And the information just isn't out there. And so we're trying to get to all three groups.
This is a study that was only done once, I believe you said, in '96.
Correct.
So,
correct.
And then you're using information off that one study to promote a new study? I mean, is there any interaction that's taking place hopefully soon?
You've nailed the third great question. Everything, studies are run by money.
Right.
And money is run by statistics.
Okay.
So one of the things we need to do is find out how many accidents and incidents have occurred, which is very hard to do because they're listed as loss of control and not necessarily by a helicopter.
Great point.
So the NTSB is aware of this. We've had conversations with them. Everybody, and I want to be clear about this, the Controllers Union, the FAA, the NTSB, everybody has said, yes, this is a problem. Thank you for bringing it. Let's figure out what to do with it. So everybody's paying attention. We're just trying to figure out now what is the next big step other than just the education that our group is doing.
But the current step right now is they can watch your video or get with you to come and present.
I'll come and present if I can. I will do it online with Zoom, which I've done. I think I'm up to 60 presentations in 4 years now. It's no cost to anybody.
That's great.
There's no cost. We're doing this all because we just need to get the word out. And then the big win is we've made enough to get I don't think get the FAA, but the FAA has now included a higher amount of helicopter wake turbulence in a new rewrite of the wake turbulence advisory circular.
Excellent. Ned, I'm going to be a little short here, but
Sure.
I'm running over with all this information, but I thank you for being up here today. Helicopter,
Absolutely.
wake turbulence, Ned Parks, very good points today. They can find you or get in contact with you how?
Thepilotsgrind.com.
Excellent. So,
Yep.
Ned, thank you for being on here, the Chats from the Deck Live.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
You are listening to Sun and Foreign Radio on WPEP 788 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including Olive, Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com. Sun & Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratos. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun & Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun & Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Sun & Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Phillips 66 is proud to present the Sun & Fun Pilot Welcome Center located at the island. Whether you're looking to chart your course or stay updated with self-serve weather services, we've got you covered. The Pilot Welcome Center operates daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Feel free to drop by and discover the exciting products and services offered by our sponsor, Phillips 66. Make sure to turn in your Sun & Fun Pilot registration card to be part of the Pratt & Whitney Fly in Style program and have a chance to win fantastic prizes drawn from the submissions.
Since 1939, AOPA has protected the freedom to fly as the world's largest community of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts, with representatives based in Frederick, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and 7 regions across the United States. The association provides member services, including advocacy at the federal, state, and local levels, legal services, flight training and safety programs, and award-winning media. AOPA specializes in making aviation more accessible to everyone.
And now back to the Sun & Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Speaking about Austin Straubel International Airport, they are sponsoring our live video feed this year. So welcome to Sun & Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. As we were just saying, we are coming to you from Sun & Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo, where you are watching us live on Facebook, thanks to this video feed they have sponsored. Hello, Facebook.
And on YouTube.
And on YouTube. I keep saying Facebook. I'm just so used to all these platforms that are out there, but thank you, Jim. That voice is Mr. Jim Goldman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jack.
Jim, I've got a story. I know you've probably heard it, recently, but a couple years ago, I'm with my current passion in life, of course, is aviation. It always will be my, current, passion, but I'm at a women in aviation meeting with my daughter, and at the time, my girlfriend. And I see my girlfriend standing and talking to a gentleman that you're going to recognize the voice and see his face here shortly, Mr. Carvaleri. But the speech was taking place, and I wasn't sure what was really going on.
Right.
So then the next day, Dave Shellbetter gives me a text message. Hey, Jack, look forward to meeting you. I know you're a longtime listener. Can't wait for you to be helping out, on the radio. I'm like, I have no idea what this gentleman's talking about.
And you're wondering how he got your...
Exactly. So I asked Audrey, and she says, hey, by the way. So Carl and Audrey were talking, and then I get to come on and be here.
It's not surprising because Carl knows everybody.
Yes, he does.
And everybody knows him. He gets around. He wears several hats. Let's welcome in Carl Valeri.
Good morning, Carl.
Guys, I appreciate that intro. Boy, I tell you, and Jack, you're doing a wonderful job here with the live announcing, and that introduction was terrific.
Well, I'm going to pause you. I'm not trying to be rude and interrupt, but thanks to you, listening to your talents on the radio, your podcast. I mean, you're multitasking across with your voice across the airwaves, but, really, you were a great, hard set of shoes to follow, but thank you. Your inspiration, kind of helping me along the way has been great as well.
Well, thanks. And we do love to pay it forward here in the aviation community,
Yes, we do.
and that's kind of like what I'm doing here with this, and paying it forward. And you're going to pay it forward too in your voice. And I've been listening to you all week, and Jack, you've come a long way, and it's just amazing what you've done.
Absolutely. And like
It
we
really
said,
is.
we've been friends for many years.
Absolutely.
And one of the opportunities that I first met you about was, talking about students and learning what the next step in their, careers could be, and how do they be able to afford sometimes these, larger educational sides or flying sides. So you present a huge part in helping them along the way. So kind of give us an intro on that.
Yeah, actually, and that's one of the reasons we are actually here this year is we have a spot here, a booth for Aviation Careers Podcast, where we talk about aviation careers and all different avenues. Flight attendants, pilots, mechanics.
Dispatchers.
Dispatchers, yes. And speaking of which, you can get scholarships for dispatcher license. And we tried to...
I'll bet you there are not many people who know that.
No, there aren't many. And that was challenging for us because we were getting questions all the time about how do I find money? How do I find scholarships? And I was like, well, of course, go out and look at the scholarships guides for aerospace out there. Well, there wasn't any, and the person that was doing it, actually, he retired. So I said, let me put one together. How hard could it be? And, well, here it is 12 years later, and we're like, wow, we have a team together. We have over $120 million in scholarships in our scholarships guide, and it's over 1,400 pages long now.
Folks, Carl just said that people are giving away $120 million. Did you get that?
That's a lot of money. I mean, it's in aerospace in general. Dispatchers, pilots, mechanics. What's really neat is there's so many success stories out there. Delta Pilot Services, they actually are out here giving away scholarships. I had a listener come up to me. Half hour later, he comes back to my booth and he's crying. He's like, you won't believe this, but I just got the scholarship to get my CTP ATP.
Success.
It was like success. Good. And there's so many of those stories out there. So that was actually one of the things that we said to ourselves, how do we do this? So my mom helped me put this together and said, hey, my mom used to help people do resumes and everything and fill out applications for college. And so she was helping me put together the guide because she knew what to put in there. And I said, let's put a scholarships guide together. We had $60,000 in scholarships in this. It was just a few pages long. And so we went to publish this guide so that it would be out there to the world. We had to do it in a way that was inexpensive because people don't have much money and that are looking for scholarships. So we made it only $10. And most people can afford that or can get their parents to pay for that. So when we went to publish it, unfortunately, 2 months prior to our finally publishing, my mom passed away. And she never got to see the final version of this. But she is who it's dedicated to, is my mom. And hats off to her for doing this.
Absolutely.
Because the one thing I learned from her, she said, now listen, when you publish this, it'll never, ever be done.
That's right.
And she's right. It'll never be done because they change and there's new ones all the time. Fast forward, over a decade, and we've over 120 million in scholarships. We stopped counting a couple of years ago. It's a lot more than that, but to be fair, 120 million in scholarships, over 1,400 scholarships that are out there, and we make it so easy for people to get one for free.
Jack, when you're ready to get your wheels off the ground, I think Carl can help you find some
I always
money
say,
to pay for it.
Someday when I grow up, I'll become a pilot. So I'm still working on that at 50 years old. But
so Jack, if people can't see him on video, he would be what they call a more non-traditional type of scholarship recipient. So everybody thinks that you have to be a certain age or you have to be enrolled in high school, but there are people of all ages and all backgrounds that can get these scholarships through many different organizations. And why would they give you a scholarship who's out of high school, or college? It's because they want to actually pay it forward to the industry. It helps the industry if they had more pilots. You know, AOPA gives all these scholarships out. There's Women in Aviation, NGPA.
Now, Carl, you
lots of names.
One of your businesses is helping people with aviation careers through the Aviation Careers podcast. Is there scholarship support for those who are not aiming to be professional pilots, but just pilots?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you said that, because that's a big part of what we did, you know, with the Stuck Mike Avcast, which is our general aviation podcast, where we wanted to pay it forward to those people that want to become pilots and actually add and grow the industry. There's tons of them out there. There's AOPA has them. Even Women in Aviation, they have scholarships. Even if you're not wanting to go into it as a career, they want more people in this industry, because that industry actually builds jobs in many other ways. Remember, it's not just the airlines. It's not just corporate flying. There's a lot of GA happening. There's the hobbyists out there. And yes, there are so many different scholarships to help those people out. And again, the reason we started this was the fact that through our coaching, and that's another service we have, we do career coaching. And those people are like, gosh, I don't know how to do this. And it's either time or money, but that's just a hurdle. Money is just a number.
Just a number.
Yeah, and they just have to get over that hurdle.
I just also want to point out that you mentioned mechanics, and that is the industry is hurting for mechanics.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we do want to get, especially young, well, I wouldn't call them young, I'd say early career professionals to consider a mechanic in addition to pilot.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you mentioned that, is that tomorrow we're coming out with an episode talking about the new 147 regulations. Well, what is 147? Those are actually the mechanic schools, and we're talking about the new regulations and how you can actually become a mechanic quicker than you could in the past, which is so terrific. Before it had a lot to do with time. Now it has to do with accomplishments and what you're doing. It's really neat. I mean, it's really, really exciting. But that's actually something that I think we forget, is that the mechanics, we have a huge shortage of mechanics.
Yep.
And just to talk about the shortage, the pilot shortage and all these people, we have a shortage in the industry in general. And they talk about it, there's no pilot shortage today. Well, we're not talking about a pilot shortage today. We're talking over the next 20, 30, 40 years. And this industry goes up and it goes down. It's in a little bit of a lull right now, but it actually is going to turn around. So, and my crystal ball says so. By the way, I do have a crystal ball. It's aviation only. And I can so no stock predictions here, but I will say there's probably going to be an upturn in the market in the next 20 years.
Excellent.
Heard it here
Excellent. Carl,
heard it here first.
We got about a minute left, just kind of wrapping up today. But I mean, your service is providing the directory of over $120 million worth of scholarships. They are applied for, they're not applied for, but your directory stays very up to date, providing all fields of aviation, you know, maintenance up to, you know, piloting. We talked about careers. We talked about, you know, maybe just doing it as a hobby. Your podcast also, I do know, presents the, you know, you're never too old to be able to, you know, start learning. And if I am at 35, 40, 50 years old, how do I get my foot in the door? So your podcast, you know, works on that as well. You're never too young at heart. You're never too old in your soul, just to love aviation. So.
Absolutely. And that's what we specialize in. Career 2.0, Encore Career. We help people, even in their 60s, get started in a career in aviation, have a good decade or more to go in this world of aviation. That you can find at aviationcareerspodcast.com.
Excellent.
And you can look at our coaching services there. And we have people from all walks of life. Another thing we specialize in is helping people come into this country, especially asylum seekers that are airline pilots in other countries. That is one of our big specialties, is helping those asylum seekers go from a 747 back here to the U.S.
Carl Valeri, Aviation Career Podcast Scholarships. The website, of course, is where?
Aviationcareerspodcast.com.
There you go. Get it. $10, I believe you said.
$10 for 1 year access. Or get one for free if you listen to the first 5 minutes.
Very simple. Carl, we appreciate your time up here at 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's take it a break, guys.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the Golden Age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered.
With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Have you been to Paradise City recently? Light Plains is an area that's also known as Paradise City. This aircraft operations area has static displays, 60-plus exhibits, and the Sunset Aerial Circus. You can attend educational forums on a variety of light plane topics. The lineup is available in the Sun and Fun daily schedule. All of this and more can be enjoyed within view of the 1,400-foot grass runway, where aircraft operations are conducted almost all day and only stopping during the main air show.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Get ready for the thrill of STOL, short takeoff and landings. The fastest growing sport in general aviation is making a comeback at the grass strip in Paradise City. Don't miss the STOL Invitational, part of the Sunset Aerial Circus, showcasing breathtaking skills on April 9th, 11th, and 12th at 7 p.m. Visit flysnf.org for all the details. Proudly sponsored by Junkers Aircraft and supported by our valued sponsors. Join us for an unforgettable experience in the sky.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you through the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The engine workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
This is Jeff Kramer with the Sun and Fun 2024 and the 50th anniversary of the Aerospace Expo. I'm with Cranston Kincaid of Superior Aircraft Components. Tell me a little bit about your company and how you got started.
I'm a pilot and I had a plane that we were doing an instrument panel for, and just couldn't find the solution that I needed all in one place, So if you have tried this before, you know that you have to get a panel designed first as a major big hurdle, and then you have to have the panel cut. After that, you have to take the panel to somewhere to get either powder coated or painted, and your job is still not done at that point. You have to then go and get placards and whatever else you want on the plane that's required. And so that whole process was just very cumbersome, and I took it upon myself to do my first panel in my Cherokee 140. And that just kind of settled in, and then it came time for another plane, and the whole process started again. And it's like, take it to the T-shirt shop, take it to this shop, and I was like, there's got to be a better way. So I started doing panels for my local A&P and realized that he wasn't the only one that had the problem. I wasn't the only one that had the problem. A lot of people had this problem, and really it just started by me poking my head into avionics shops going, hey, how much equipment do you have, and how do you get panels done? And they're like, well, we take it to this shop, take it to this shop. And I was like, okay, there's a real problem here. So I started investing in equipment and reaching out to these people, and it turned out to be a huge problem that I was able to solve. So that's kind of how we got started with this.
So you're basically a one-stop shop, whereas all the other companies have several processes, which not only delays things, but obviously will cost more in the long run.
Absolutely. So what we do is we design, we cut, we powder coat, and we print the panels in-house. So we have a design team, 3 designers plus myself. We have a production team, and again, we have a lot of sophisticated equipment that shops aren't privy to. So one of the biggest issues in designing a panel is, what shape do I use? A lot of these planes are a little bit different, so we can scan that panel in, which is our big tool that we use to get the designs that we need. And we have a database of over 700 instrument panels and about 3,000 instruments that we've put into planes, so we know this stuff is known fits. Every now and then there may be a little bit of variance because the installer may want it to fit a little bit different, or just in the 60s there wasn't a lot of sophisticated machinery, so some of this stuff was hand drilled, and there may be a little bit off from your standard, if you will. Like if you use modern technology, you just push the button and it makes it again. They were actually hand drilling this stuff, so it may be a little bit off, and that's what we use our scanning equipment for, is so we can align up and make sure your panel fits as closely as perfect as we can.
I will say the name Superior certainly describes your company well, because I have not seen too many panels that are this nice.
Thank you. We take a lot of pride, and that was one of the things that when I was developing the company, I wanted to see if we could separate ourselves, because, we realized we're not the only people that has ever made an instrument panel, but we did want to make a panel that stood out and that was better than anything out there. So we take a lot of pride in the detail that we have, and part of the detail is our printing process. So when I was looking for a way to put placards on the plane or on the panel, I looked at the traditional screen printing, and I just didn't want a T-shirt company putting screen print on there. It was very limited to what we could do. And laser etch, we did that the first time. I had a friend laser etch my panel, and it just kind of left this aluminum underneath, and I barely could read the placards. And so we started looking at ways that we could put the placards on there easily so we could service a larger market, and we landed on a digital printing method. And with that, we were able to actually digitally print pretty much anything you can see on your computer screen. So from carbon fiber graphics, and we have a lot of fun stuff that's showing up at the show here with wood grains and just very nice patterns. And we do have an in-house graphic designer that can design a panel, and again, anything you can think up, we can put on the plane and make it look really nice for you. So that's one of the things.
Do you use any hydrographics in order to do some dipping of the panels, or is it all in the printing process itself?
It's interesting that you asked that question, because we did at one point look at hydro dipping, because we thought it would be a quick way to do it. But one of the problems that we found, and hydro dipping looks great, by the way, but one of the problems that we came up with is you don't have a lot of control over it. One, the way the hydro dip folds around the part when you put it in the solution is a little bit hard to control, and then you have to do the whole part. Here we can section off and design around any shape, any part. And what I mean is not just the shape of the panel, but if you want a star, for instance, in the middle of your panel in a carbon fiber shape, then we could do that, whereas hydro dip you would have to either somehow tape it all off or do a lot of work. And again, we are about efficiency and serving a large market, so the hydro dip didn't quite fit into what we were trying to do.
Good. Tell me a little bit about how you got started, other than what you explained earlier. Before you started the company, how long it took, and so on and so forth.
That was, it kind of I feel like it was overnight, but we've been doing this for quite a while. We've actually been offering panels to the public for about 5 years now. I started with, again, like I said, my AMP, making panels for him. But the process was, I guess it was pretty fast in the world of business. What we did is I had my first job, and we did like 4 panels for an avionics shop. And that, again, is when I kind of like the light bulb went off that, okay, if this shop needs this, there's a lot of other people that might need this service. So one of the things that I was really diligent about is going into avionics shops, and we made some samples and flew around. I mean, we just flew around Texas for a while and said, this is what we can do. We made brochures and really explained the value proposition. And that's where I think the avionics shops have found that we do offer a great value. Beyond making a really awesome panel, we save them time. So if an avionics shop is already short-staffed, and we know how avionics shops are kind of backed up these days, making a panel is one of the last things that they want to fiddle with, because they have wiring and all this other stuff, and customers are going, hey, wire this plane up. And so if we can take that burden off of them, then they realize, okay, for them to pay, and at the time it was about $1,600, because I really wanted people to know who we were. So if they could just pay us $1,600, they didn't have to hire a staff member, and they didn't have to spend the time on it. So getting started was one of those things where I just went around, and I took Wednesdays, by the way, was my day that I flew around, and I stopped into avionics shops and gave them the value proposition, and luckily they saw the value was there. Once we started to grow a little bit, I did hire a salesperson, and he called every avionics shop across the nation, and we committed to being able to serve them. And a lot of people had objections as to why they wouldn't start with us, and we always had something for someone. So one of the things I would say to anyone that's thinking about getting started is the no is only information. So we have a saying in our company is failure's data. So we just want you to say no, because that gives us the piece of information that we know, okay, we need to fix that part. So I do remember going to my first shop, and I had a sample, and it's kind of funny because the only sample that I could get was an old steel sample that somebody cut for me, because they didn't have any aluminum. And I take this steel sample in there, and he's laughing at it, and he says it looks great, but it's too heavy. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't take it personally. I just go, okay, don't ever take a steel sample into a meeting again, because that was data, right? And so every point that someone said, maybe not, or this is kind of weird, we would take that as data and go, okay, we're going to fix that. And that's what we did. And it's just one of those things that you just got to keep at it. And I think that, we were talking about failure points. So one of the things that we would have objections on is, like, we have our own machine. And so we knew that going in. And so if you said you had your own machine, well, guess what? Well, we can powder coat it. And they said, well, we powder coat ourselves. And our little lucky strike was always, well, how do you get it printed? And that was always a thorn in someone's side. And that really, again, set us off. So there's always something that you can help somebody with, even if they tell you no. I think that if you're truly looking to help and provide value, you can do that.
You have the secret sauce for success, and they're looking for it. And they can't find it anywhere. So tell me a little bit more about your panels, what the different levels are as far as the quality and the workmanship that goes into them.
Yeah, absolutely. So to start off, we offer 3 different panels. We offer our standard, our premium, and our luxury. Our standard panel is going to be, again, just like any panel you're going to see. We do powder coat, and we digitally print your placards and text on there. And so we start with a base coat, or your aluminum first. We start with the base coat, and then we do a matte finish powder, so there's no glare. And then we do our print. Our premium is where we move up, and we have the same base coat. We print first, and then we put the matte powder on top of the print for a little bit added durability, as well as line graphics on that panel. Our luxury is our premium. It's our flagship. It's a full color graphic print. So again, anything that you can see on your computer screen, we can print on the panel. It's going to be base coat powder. We're going to print the full graphics, and then we put the matte finish over the top, and that's like, it's really good. So part of the quality piece of it is we use a lot of high-tech equipment. One of the things that we use is a laser, a fiber laser that cuts the panels. We also have a CNC machine, a router as well. So depending on what application we're using, we can use a machine for that. And then of course our printing process is very accurate and very high quality. So that kind of speaks to it. We do have some quality checks with our powder as well. We found that there's a certain thickness that powder needs to be to make our panels look like our panels. And if you've ever seen powder coat on a shopping cart, it's kind of just globbed on there. And that stuff is about 8 to 10 mils, which are thousandths thick. And we keep our powder at 2.5 to 4.5 mils, and we check every one. So when you receive a panel from us, you're going to get a spec sheet. You're going to get what metal was used in the serial number and that testing that metal went through. And you're also going to see what powder thickness it is, and it has a serial number as well.
Is there a guarantee on the number of years that the panel will last?
We haven't put a guarantee on the number of years, but I can tell you that powder is very resistant, and we stand behind a lot of our products. If something happens, we take care of it. But I do know that, for instance, the printing process that we use, it has been tested up to 7 years, I think it's 7 to 10 years on fade resistance and quality like that. So we know that the panel should last for a long time. A cool little story, and there's actually a video on YouTube with a guy. When COVID happened, there at Embry-Riddle, I think, was the flight school. Everyone was wiping the panel down with hand sanitizer. And you remember that, right? And they wiped off all of the placards. And so we have a video out there that we've placed acetone and scrubbed our panels, and none of the luxury print has come off. So we're pretty confident about how the panels are going to hold up.
That video should be on your homepage as a disclaimer showing the quality and the workmanship that goes into it, so that the durability will last.
Yeah, I think we're going to post it up there. It's a link to Hanger Rats. We did a panel for them for I think it's the Fort Worth War Museum or Vintage Museum. Don't quote me on that, but Hanger Rats is the video, and they were in our warehouse and our facility, and we did a little demonstration for them, so you can see that there.
That's great. All right, so let us know what your location is, your web address, maybe your Facebook page, so everybody can reach you after the show.
Absolutely. So if you're going looking for us, first of all, our website is going to be www.superiorATX as in Alpha Tango X-ray.com. That's where you're going to go to see all of our work. Most of our new work is going to be posted on social media because it's so much easier to post on social media than a website. And that's going to be Instagram at superior.atx. And if you're on Facebook, it's going to be Superior ATX. So it's really easy to find Superior Alpha Tango X-ray.
ATX stands for Aircraft Texas, maybe?
Yeah, we could go for that.
All right, good. So tell us your address and what city you're located.
Yep, so we're located in Hutto, Texas. It's just north of Austin, so 5955 Chandler Road. Hutto, Texas. Very nice facility. We just moved in there in November as part of our growth. We do have a showroom, so you can actually see some panels on display and go through the whole design process. So it's really cool. And then on the other side of the wall, we have our production facility.
Good. And you're located in Hangar D here in Sun and Fun this week. And the location of your booth is where?
The location of the booth is near the back of the hangar, so Hangar D15.
D15, and we are on the probably the southeast corner.
Right. Yeah, I'll go for that.
Well, Cranston Kincaid of Superior Aircraft Components, thank you very much for your time. This is Jeff Kramer from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary of the Aerospace Expo. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Dominic Perez. We're at Sun and Fun 2024, and I'm with Sun and Fun Radio, 1510 a.m. and online at liveatc.net/SNF. I'm here with Jimmy Marule, and he's got a great story for you guys. So, Jimmy, introduce us to yourself, please.
Sure. I'm Jimmy Marule. I'm a photographer. I'm a pilot. I'm an expeditionaire, and I guess I have a story to tell.
Thank you, Jimmy. So, we'll get to that story in a little bit, but first, how did you get into aviation?
My father took me flying when I was 3 in a two-place PT-19, and from then on, I kept on flying. Flying has been in my blood ever since, and so far, I managed to fly an absolute array of different flying machines, including the F-16 with Venezuelan Air Force. And really, the idea, the concept of flying is incredibly powerful.
that it is. I think all of us here know that, flying has touched us in our own ways, and it's had a great impact on all of us. So, without leaving it to boil in the pot, tell us about this amazing story you have.
Okay. In 1985, I was flying a helicopter next to this astonishing monoliths, rock mountains in the south of Venezuela and north of Brazil, which are called tepuis. And what they are is flat top mountains with an incredible story. One of them looks like the stump of a giant tree. That is, to the Indians that live around this fantastic mountain, is the tree of life. To them is where life began on earth. Imagine the powerful meaning of a place like that. But when I approached the walls of this sandstone monolith, I saw a ray of light going through it, a beam of light. I couldn't believe it. I backed up in the chopper, it was a 500D, and I saw a cave. A cave that had an entrance and a possible exit. An idea flashed through my mind immediately. Why not fly through it? How many caves have been flown by aircraft? And I realized that I ran into, by accident, into the adventure that took an important part of my life. For 2 years, I knocked on doors looking for sponsors. Never got one. For 2 years, I was obsessed with this flight and planning it and redoing it. With the photographs I took from the helicopter, I realized that the entrance was too small. I had to use a slower flying machine to survive, and I had to clip the wings to fit, which I did. I used a Quicksilver MX2 modified with a little more power, and I clipped 3 feet off each side of the wings. Therefore, I was flying faster, with absolute control, but too fast. And I had to climb to 4,000 feet above the jungle and align myself with the cave. Imagine for a moment you are facing a rock wall and you only see a little slit of light and you aim there. That was my goal. When the day came, I was part of an expedition, a ballooning expedition to the area, and I took my ultralight with me as luggage, a very bulky luggage. That was loaded on a riverboat, and I navigated for 2 days to an Indian population that's about 25 miles away from this tepui. There I left the plane, and I jumped in the chopper, and we landed on top. From there, the whole group rappelled down to the cave, 500 feet of rappelling vertical walls. We slept in the cave, and the next morning I went up in a system that's called UMAR. You climb, you lift your own body on a rope till I reached the helicopter, and the helicopter took me all the way to my aircraft. The machine was ready, and so was I. What I wasn't counting on was that the whole place is thick jungle, and humidity creates clouds all the time. With a little sun, huge clouds built, and they blocked the exit. When I took off from the riverbed, the helicopter is on my side, and he tells me on the radio, "It's cloudy, abort." I told him, and I knew that I had no other opportunity. So I kept on flying, expecting that the clouds would give me a break. When I approached the mountain, the clouds were even thicker, and I knew that I had only that chance. I aimed at the light on the wall, and I gave it full throttle because the weather was kind of tricky, and I went into the cave full speed with a tailwind on December 3rd, 1987 at 10:50 a.m. When I entered the cave, the flight became slow motion. It was as if I wasn't moving. The adrenaline does that to you, you know, when you have an accident, you see everything moving in slow motion. And so I went into the cave following the contour. Then I felt the rudder scratching the ceiling of the cave. And I kept on going until I finally reached the exit. And I lost myself in the cloud. The chopper pilot, a very good friend of mine, asked on the radio, did he make it? And the guys in the cave answered, 12 guys and a body bag were waiting for me there. They answered, he's not here. He's up in the air somewhere. And I was lost in the clouds for a couple of minutes. Then I found my way back to landing site and realized that I had done it. That is a unique experience. And in order to do that, I first spoke with a local shaman. And he said that we were doing something strange for them, that we were looking for risk. And that night he asked his ancestors about it. And the next morning he says, you guys are okay. You're going to be fine. And I honestly believe that.
Amazing. That is truly one of the most unique stories I've ever heard. There's thousands of stories at Sun and Fun. We have amazing people who come from all across the world, tell us so much and show us their story. But I'm glad I was able to help you voice yours. Is there anything else you'd like to add on, Jimmy?
Yes. When you see a challenge, take it. But do it right. Train for it. Prepare for it. It took me 2 years of training and practice and modifying the aircraft and hoping for the best. That's the only way you can succeed in life. Take the risk.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. I know that I will personally hold those words dear to myself, and I think anyone out there listening will definitely take some inspiration from your story. This is Jimmy Marul, and where can we find you online?
That's easy. My name, Jimmy Marul, 182 at gmail.com. Again, Jimmy Marul, 182 at gmail.com. And I'm absolutely happy to share this experience with anyone who wants to talk about it.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Really appreciate that. And if you're out there and you think it's really interesting, then, hit up Jimmy and learn all about that. I think we can all take a lot from this experience he's had and learn from it. This is Dominic Perez with Sun and Fun Radio, and we're at Sun and Fun 2024. You can find us online at liveatc.net/SNF and 1510 AM. And this has been The Man Who Flew Through the Mountain.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit phillips66lubricants.com.
Looking for exceptional aviation career opportunities? Well, look no further than Piedmont Airlines, a subsidiary of American Airlines. Piedmont operates over 300 daily flights to major hubs like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Charlotte. They're currently seeking experienced pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians to join their team. You can visit booth A42 for more information, or you can go to their website, Piedmont-Airlines.com, to explore available sign-on bonuses and what they have to offer. Piedmont Airlines, where your career takes flight.
Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the career fair or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
Hello, this is Seth Wilkinson from Sun and Fun Radio, coming at you from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun. Happy birthday, Sun and Fun. I'm here with Nathan Hammond, a guest in the air show, ghostwriter. How you doing?
Hi, Seth. Yeah, I'm doing great, man. 50th year of Sun and Fun. It is a spectacular show this year, as you can hear, because we're in the middle of the air show right now, sitting back here in the back. But I think Dora was going just a minute ago. We've got some B-25s flying around. But it's a wonderful, wonderful time down here at Sun and Fun 50 2024. We get to have all kinds of fun this year. So personally, we were out there skywriting yesterday. We did the day show down there, low-level aerobatics. We had the concert last night, right? You were there. I saw you. The bands were rocking. Sarah Evans, and Dylan Scott. rocked it hard. We were able to sneak in over top of the crowd, shoot a little bit of fireworks off the airplane, add to the spectacular. I mean, it was just a party last night, and it continues today, Wednesday, here at Sun and Fun. Tonight, we've got the air show going on today, obviously, but it goes into the night tonight until about 9 o'clock, where we're going to have a pyro musical like no other. You name it, we've got it out there, right? So we've got the paramotors, we've got sailplanes, we've got airplane that flies backwards. That's long, easy. And then we get into the lights, camera, action of the finale, where we're going to have pyro, we're going to have fireworks, we're going to have some extra stuff, we're going to have airplanes flying through it all. It is going to be amazing.
So, tell us a little bit about yourself. We know you're a aerobatic pilot. You do flips and stuff, but what's some more personal stuff that people may not know about?
Sure. So yeah, everybody probably knows me as the Skyrider, but I actually started my airshow career as a young pup, as a kid, at Old Rhinebeck Aerodrome. That was where I was born and raised, in Rhinebeck, New York. My dad was the chief pilot and director of maintenance up there from 1978 to 88, and that's when I came around. So they say it takes a village to raise a child, and that was my village. I ran around Old Rhinebeck for years and cut my teeth learning airplanes. Still to this day, I can't tell you anything about basketball or football or baseball or anything like that, but I can tell you everything about old airplanes. And that started that little flame that just grew and grew for the love of old airplanes, the love of aviation, and to be a little bit of a performer. So I started there at Rhinebeck. We moved back to central Kentucky when I was about 10 years old to be closer to family, but air shows followed us. So my dad took over an airport there in Kentucky and was running the airport, and all of a sudden this chipmunk comes flying overhead and lands to get some fuel, and it turns out it was an old friend of my dad's from way back when, and so they rekindled their friendship, and that chipmunk that landed was the Pepsi Skyrider chipmunk, flown by Steve Oliver at the time. And so they got a good friendship going. Dad wanted to be back in air shows again, so Dad started doing the maintenance and ferrying this airplane from show to show. So at 10 years old, I was in the front seat, and my job was, I was a ramp rat. I was a rag boy, wipe the airplane down, do all the grunt work. And that kept me in air shows and just kept fanning that flame of air shows. Went to college there in Kentucky, still chasing airplanes, still chasing air shows, working with Steve, flying the airplane for him, ferried it back and forth. But I'll be honest, I was a little lost coming out of college. I liked old airplanes. I worked on them. I had an A&P rating at that point. Wanted to fly, but the airlines were in a downward cycle. Pilots were getting furloughed at that time, so I knew airlines wasn't going to be my path. And so I became just an oddball pilot, right? Got my commercial and all that good stuff. And if it had wings, I was flying it, right? Fire watch, flying out to do pre-buys and whatnot, ferrying aircraft all across the country. And then running a maintenance shop. So we started our own maintenance shop. My father, who was a mechanic, taught me all the trades, and more importantly, he taught me how to do fabric work. That love of Old Rhinebeck, keeps filtering back in, and so I learned how to do fabric work at a young age, and that was my niche, was doing fabric work. We opened a service center for Carbon Cubs, for Cub Crafters, and became the Kentucky Service Center for Cub Crafters, and maintained all those airplanes and whatnot. Somewhere in that mix, I had teamed up and worked with a man named Ron Alexander, who was a giant in the industry. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us, but Ron once again saw a little spark and flamed it and fanned it so that the flame would grow, and got me involved with EAA with their fabric workshops. And so for 10 years, I ran around once a month, going from workshop to workshop, teaching EAA members and pilots and mechanics all the ins and outs of fabric covering fabric maintenance through their sport air workshop program, which was a neat idea. And so it's still going today, where you go in on a Friday. The instructors would go in on Friday. The students would show up Saturday morning, and in 2 days, by 3 o'clock on Sunday, you had all the skills to go out there and recover your airplane, or make a repair, or know how to do maintenance, or just you had a great weekend learning a new skill, right? All the great things. And so I did that for about 10 years, and had to taper that off just a little bit, because I had become an airshow pilot at that point. That chipmunk that showed up when I was 8, 9, 10 years old there in Kentucky, I started crewing on it, got carted in the airplane, and then we bought the airplane off of Steve Oliver and started campaigning it under the Ghost Rider Airshow's moniker. And when that took off, figuratively and literally, we had to start kind of carving some stuff out of the life. And unfortunately, I had to roll back on the EAA Sport Air workshops. I'll still go in and help them every once in a while whenever I can if they get in a jam. And that's great, because I love giving back. I love watching the students on Saturday morning coming in with the deer in the headlights look, and by Sunday afternoon they've got it figured out. I love watching people learn, and so we still get to do that, but now we're doing air shows full time. So we've got 27 shows this year. It'll take us all across the continent. We're down here in Florida this week. We'll be up in New York at some point, Gatineau, Canada, all the way up to Hillsboro, Oregon, Sacramento, California, and all places in between. So it is full speed ahead from here on. But yeah, that's kind of the background on it.
Wow, that is incredible. I mean, really, aviation just starts young. It's exactly like you said. There's a flame that you have to cultivate and keep going, and that's just amazing to hear your story. Now, on less of a serious note, when you're doing these flights across the U.S., what's your favorite in-flight snack?
Oh, so in-flight snack. I have two go-tos. One is I love navel oranges. Easy to peel, and there's something about an orange. It just gives me that juice I need to go. And the other, of course, is beef jerky. I mean, it keeps me going. The protein keeps me going. It tastes good. And so that on top of a book on tape, and I am set to go for 9 or 10 hours cross country. And that's the one bad thing about my Chipmunk, right? I love my airplane to death, but it only goes so fast. So we get to see the countryside up close and slowly. When you're going 130 knots, when you see your RV buddies zipping along past you. But yeah, that's my go-to: oranges and beef jerky. That and a good old sweet tea. I'm still a Southern boy.
Wow. Thank you so much for talking with us. I'm really happy you could come by, even though, it's during an air show. I really appreciate it. Any last things you want to say?
Go out there and find that spark and fan it all you can. There's somebody out there. It doesn't matter their age, doesn't matter anything. But find somebody who has that passion and do everything you can to keep fanning it. Aerospace is the future, and like they say, if we want to go to Mars, it starts today, right? So just go out there and be the leader, be the spark, be the flame to spread to the next generation.
Again, thank you. You can see him all week. He'll be in the air. He'll be writing stuff. This has been Seth from Sun and Fun Radio, coming at you from 2024's Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 50th anniversary.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aeropup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors. a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Sun & Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun & Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun & Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Sun & Fun Radio thanks Articulated for their support with our back deck restoration project. Founded in 2023, Articulated is a new company with years of experience thanks to the wide-ranging background of owner Dave Schaubetter. Offering both production and custom laser engraved products, Articulated can handle all your laser engraving needs. Their extra-large laser bed capacities separate them from the hobbyist laser companies. You can see an example of their work in the custom engravings on the refurbished back deck. Articulated.com.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun & Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the Vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly-In Early camping package. See you at Sun & Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun & Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun & Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
Good morning, everybody. Coming to you, Sun & Fun Radio from Sun & Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun, and the 30th anniversary of Sun and Fun Radio. Quite a bit to celebrate here this year, and we're celebrating in style with two of my favorite things, airplanes and coffee. We're going to meet Russ Keith, who helps run this group, this very popular, it started as a Facebook group. We'll find out the origins of that, and really has just grown into such a great community of like-minded individuals who you can find on any given day sitting out here enjoying a cup of coffee, watching airplanes, and just hanging out. So, Russ, welcome into Sun and Fun Radio. How's your Sun and Fun been?
It's been great. We've had a really good time. I've been out here for, I guess, 5 days now already. And, it's been fun.
Man, you came and camped ahead of time.
We did. Well, you got to get out here early to get a good camp spot.
And that you do. This is some prime real estate. If you're going to come hang out, have a cup of coffee right here, share some smiles with some people, this ain't a bad view to do it from.
It's really not. We've got a really nice location right here across from the fire pit and by this little pond out here leading into the campground. So we're fairly easy to find, and I got coffee ready every morning.
Man, I tell you what, coffee and a smile. This is a really warm atmosphere. Kind of tell me how Airplanes and Coffee got started.
So a good friend of mine, John Noggle, he was working on his pilot's license, and he saw this Cars and Coffee, and he thought, I wonder if there's an Airplanes and Coffee. And he looked, and sure enough, there wasn't. So he started a Facebook group called Airplanes and Coffee. And the idea was to just have a place where he could meet a few other pilots and have a good time. Really didn't think much about it, exploding like it has. And then a couple of days later, literally 2 or 3 days later, I met him. I was working on my airplane in my garage, and he walked by and he saw me and he said, "Is that an airplane?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I'm working on my pilot's license." I said, "Well, come up here and let's talk." And we just kind of hit it off and been really, best buds ever since. And he invited me to the very first fly-in. We do fly-ins every month around Dallas-Fort Worth, and we have done about 40 events in the last 3 years. So there's no stopping us now. We're just going to keep going. The whole idea is to take that platform and that model and just plop it down around the country and expand out across the country. We're hoping to do that this year. We're looking to get started on it this year. So look for an Airplanes and Coffee event coming to you soon.
There you go. And I mean, if it comes near you, you're going to have to go. I'm telling you, this really is a great environment. How many members have y'all been able to count in your group?
So currently we have about 242,000 on the Facebook group. We've got 300 card-carrying members, and if you want to become a card-carrying member, just go to airplanesandcoffee.com and hit the join button, and you too can become a card-carrying member.
Well, that's one of the cool things that I see around here is that Airplanes and Coffee is a great group of people, but you're also doing great things, right? So you mentioned the group and you have these events. Tell us a little bit about the scholarship fund and what Airplanes and Coffee looks to fund.
So the fly-ins we've set up 12 annual fly-ins. So we're going to be at the same airport, same month every year. And we do a lot of marketing to get out into the community, to get the community involved and get them out to the airport. We go by and we visit schools and talk to the high schoolers to try to get them out and get them excited. Our whole goal is to put the next generation of pilots in the cockpit and A&P mechanics in the hangar, because that's the only way we're going to be able to secure the future of aviation, is to get that next generation involved.
Well, that's it. We're going to have plenty of coffee drinkers. We've got a lot of those, but we really need to cultivate the next generation. It's great to see groups recognizing that and then going out and being proactive about that. So I can imagine that you get a lot of interest, people stopping by, wondering what this is, and have you found that you've been able to attract some new members via being here at Sun and Fun?
Oh, there's no question that when we hit events like Sun and Fun, it's crucial to our mission. It's really just about getting the word out, and there's a lot of people that are actually on the Facebook group that don't understand that we're a 501c3 and that we do have scholarships. They just like, oh, Airplanes and Coffee, that sounds cool, I think I'll get on that group. And then they get on there and they find out that it's a fun place to be on Facebook, which is kind of a refreshing twist on social media.
Hey, you ain't wrong. I mean, that can be something right there. So if somebody wants to go and they want to find you on Facebook, where would they look?
Well, we've got a Facebook page and we've got a Facebook group. So follow the page and join the group.
There you go. It's that simple. And speaking of talking about some cool stuff, you're putting on an event this evening, I understand. And what you talk about, people coming by here. Here is the chairwoman of Stoll coming by for a cup of coffee at Airplanes and Coffee. And I understand that that you have a little event tonight. Anitra is going to be attending and helping host and put on. Give us a little bit about what the event is tonight.
Well, it is a barbecue catered by Missions Barbecue, and we have an open bar tonight, and the proceeds are going to the Airplanes and Coffee Scholarship Fund and to expand that program. And we've nestled it very perfectly in between the day show and the night show, so you can come to the barbecue, get fueled up, have a couple drinks, and head on over to the night show.
I like that. It's nestled nicely between the day show and the night show, and that's what you get with the chairwoman of Stoll, Anitra Goddard, right here. I mean, bringing the personality, the great descriptions, and she's going to be at the event tonight. You definitely got to stop by and see her, and if you happen to not make the event, you can definitely head out to the Bushwheel Base Camp and find Anitra out there working hard. And you know where you can find me is Sun and Fun Radio, out doing interviews. If you guys want to meet up, I'm around. If you need an interview, make sure to hit that quick scan, the QR code there by the radio station. And you, too, can be like Russ Keith from Airplanes and Coffee. And come on, Sun and Fun Radio, tell us about your awesome mission. Now, Russ, you've been so great, so kind with your time. You have time for one quick fun question?
Sure.
What is your favorite in-flight snack?
My favorite in-flight snack, that's got to be a Little Debbie Nutty Bar.
Right, there we are. That's an original answer. That's the first one I've gotten. I've been doing this question quite a while. And Russ coming in with a heavy-hitting, high-calorie density food right there. Going to keep you nice and satisfied. Russ, thank you so much. I appreciate your time for coming on Sun and Fun Radio. It was absolutely a pleasure to have you.
Hey, it's been a pleasure.
Guys, come by, Airplanes and Coffee. Check them out. Join the, follow the page, join the group. Get in here. You got to have the fun. There's a whole bunch of both. Airplanes and Coffee. And you know what there's a whole bunch of? Is Sun and Fun. I'm going to go find me some more. I hope you'll stay tuned to us here on Sun and Fun Radio from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Fred's Market, a Plant City tradition of family dining and Southern hospitality since 1954. Founded by Elton and Evelyn Johnson, it began as a gas station where Evelyn cooked for family and friends. Today, Fred's Market serves farm-to-plate freshness at 3 different Central Florida locations, offering a buffet of fresh, slow-cooked food in a warm and fun atmosphere. It's Southern comfort at its pure and hearty best, embodying the essence of Fred's Market Restaurant. Fred'sMarket.com.
Sun and Fun thanks composite workshop sponsor Fiberglass Coatings, Florida's largest independently owned composites distributor. With over 100 employees and 300,000 square feet of warehousing at multiple locations, they cater to diverse industries from aviation to marine, with a complete line of epoxy systems to specialized coring materials. FGCI's services extend from individual hobbyists to major manufacturers. You can find more information at FGCI.com.
Sun and Fun Event Media Production is sponsored by Van Duit, a third-generation American-owned business offering adventure and commercial vans with perfect modularity for every journey at the industry's best value. Combining modularity, functionality, durability, and performance with unique features, Van Duit ensures there is a van for every adventure, budget, and mission. You can see their vans here at booths N71 and 2 or online at vanduit.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the metal shaping workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
What is going on out there? Sun and Fun. Sean Starker coming to you from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun, and what a party it is. It has brought out all of the amazing people and personalities, and I am sitting here with probably one of the best and brightest personalities here. Rick Farron is just an incredible aviator with an incredible aviation story. Can't wait to hear it. You guys are going to be really entertained by what he's got to say, what he's done, and the aircraft that he owns. So, Rick, welcome, and thanks for joining us here on Sun and Fun Radio. How's your Sun and Fun been so far?
It has been phenomenal, Sean. And first of all, I think the most exciting thing is this is the 30th anniversary, I understand, of the radio show here. Is that correct?
That is correct. A big happy birthday here at Sun and Fun Radio, as you can tell. I mean, we look another year younger, don't we?
Yeah, no, not really.
That's Dave looking another year younger. Yep, so that's right. Dave Schalbatter, one of the pioneers here, running Sun and Fun Radio for quite a while, and I can't believe it's 30 years.
Yep. Well, we're excited to be here. This is actually the first Sun and Fun I've been to that I didn't fly an aircraft into and tent, camp with a tent. Ginger said, my wife said, I think we want to take the camper, and because she's done with porta potties, so I don't blame her. But next year we'll try to do both, and I'll fly one of the airplanes in.
Well, there we are. Now we're the best of both worlds right there. That's how you do it, all right? It's hard to choose. You have to do both. So you're going to bring the camper and live a little bit more civilized, but you have to fly in. It's the Sun and Fun fly-in.
It's part of the experience. You need to unzip the tent and smell the dope and fabric of all the airplanes around here. It's just, it's like, it's perfect. It's utopia.
Everybody out there right now listening is just getting goosebumps. We all know that feeling. That's the energy here at Sun and Fun every year, especially Sun and Fun 50, doing it big around here. Now, when you fly in, what do you usually fly in?
A variety of aircraft. I think the last time I brought my Twin Commander. It's a 500B. The year before that, I believe I brought my Stearman. Maybe the Commander then, and before that I brought the Stearman. In fact, we had 3 of our airplanes here. My son flew my Super Decathlon, my son-in-law flew the 310R, and I flew the Stearman. So we had all 3 airplanes here at one show, and that was just a lot of fun.
Well, the Fair and Flying Circus visited at Sun and Fun. That is outstanding. I got to hold this down. If my friend Kelly Garvin hears this, wing walker Kelly Garvin, of course, she's gonna be scoping out the Javelin on your Stearman.
Okay.
She says that's her favorite place to hang out.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out on the top of a wing.
Me either. That cockpit is very nice. That Stearman, I mean, it's pretty roomy. It's nice. I don't see any reason to go out on the wing.
Right. The Stearman that we bought was owned by Colonel Roger Parrish. Colonel Parrish was the only person to be Thunderbird lead for 2 seasons, and he passed away about 4 years ago. I purchased it from his widow out in Phoenix and flew it home to our strip in northwest Georgia. It's a beautiful Stearman.
What a great cross-country trip. How'd that go? How was that trip getting the Stearman from out west to Georgia?
I love being a student pilot, and after 41,000 hours and flying next month it'll be 51 years. I love being a student pilot. I didn't have any Stearman time until I got checked out by several guys out in Chandler where I bought the airplane. And so it was an interesting cross country that took all of 4.5 days. I was told not to exceed 7-knot crosswind component until I had 100 landings. On day 2, the winds were gusting to 20 plus knots almost directly across the runway. It's just in western Texas, it seems like all the runways are north and south, and wind was right out of the west. But it was a lot of fun. Challenging, and that's what I love about flying. I love the challenge.
You must, because you fly such a wide range of aircraft. Is that part of the allure, is having the challenge of different aircraft and managing those workloads?
It does. When you're flying, I flew a 747 for 3.5 years with UPS, and then I'd finish the flight of 747, and I'd jump in my RV6 and fly home. There's a big difference in seat picture when you're flaring. And so that kept me sharp, just going from one airplane to another.
So you're an RV guy as well.
I am as well, although I did sell the RV, one of the few airplanes I actually have sold, and I always regret it. I just needed room in the hangar, so I sold that, and I flew that for 10 years, commuted to work in that for 10 years, and when I sold it, I had other airplanes to commute to work in.
I tell you, RV is just, there's something special about it. There's something special about the build, the process, and Vans just has such a recognizable name. Of course, we fly the RV9A with Level Aviation and just absolutely love it. I mean, it's a great platform. So what amongst your aircraft would you say is your favorite? I know it's hard to pick.
It depends on the mission. I think the Stearman, I've wanted one since I was late teens, and that's been a phenomenal airplane. I enjoy giving rides, especially to World War II veterans. I've given over 180 rides in the 3.5 years that I've owned that airplane. The next in line would probably be the Twin Commander. I wanted the Shrike ever since I was a teenager watching Bob Hoover. But with the wing AD node, I ended up getting a 500B with a Shrike conversion. So it's got most of the Shrike stuff on it. So those are 2 diametrically opposed aircraft. Ginger and I fly the Shrike or the Commander on our vacations all over the country. The Stearman, obviously, we have taken several long cross countries in it, but basically that's fun local stuff, giving rides.
Oh yeah, low and slow. I mean, there's nothing like a Stearman. It's one of a kind in that airframe. Now, I understand that Ginger has a little aviation training as well.
She does. We were living on a flying community south of Orlando for about 18 years, and I was on a flight with my airline. I was on a layover somewhere. I think it was South America, and she called up and said she welcomed our new neighbors to the neighborhood, and something happened she's not going to be happy about, but it changed her life. And I start thinking, wow, this guy's young, he's got hair, he's good looking. And she said, no. Barbie gave me a ride in her R-22 helicopter, and Ginger says, I want my helicopter rating. And so she started working on her helicopter rating. After a while, her interest took a different direction, which she's great at. She writes children's music, and has a beautiful sound booth, sound studio. That's one that she writes music in. But
how phenomenal. Another audio individual in here. I didn't realize that we were sitting next to professionals. Man, this is great. You haven't finished that yet. If it ever comes back around, I bet I know where you could find some aviation training. It just seems like aviation enthusiasm and enthusiasm for life runs in this family. Now, tell us about one of your favorite travels.
In private aircraft or at work?
Let's go in private aircraft. Where have you holidayed that you just really had a great flight, great experience all the way around to?
We fly, except for this year, we fly to Sun and Fun, and we fly to Oshkosh every year. Every flight is unique. I think the flight from Phoenix and the Stearman when we bought it is probably right up there at the top. As for work, my favorite flying was in and out of the old Hong Kong high-tech airport with a checkerboard approach. I did that for a number of years in the DC-8 a little bit, and then 747. And so those are exciting times. I retired 2 years ago when I hit 65. Did not want to retire. I was still pinched myself. They had to pull me kicking and screaming out of that captain's chair, but I'm still flying. There's a great company that has put me in the left seat of a Challenger over in Clearwater, so I'm flying full-time with them now.
Well, that is fun and fast. I mean, the Challenger's absolutely sleek. Now, how is it? Give me a little comparison, 7.5 versus the Challenger. Now, the 7.5 comes in pretty hot.
Yeah, it's when I first talked with my friends about going to the Challenger, they said, "Oh, you're not going to like that. It's kind of doggy." And I'm thinking, compared to what? It's really it's an older aircraft. It's a 601 3A, and it has extended range tanks on it. So we run nonstop all the time from Miami to Seattle, that type of thing. And but it's really a nice airplane. Someone asked, "Does it have glass?" I said, "Yeah, it's got about 100 little dials with glass on it." So the avionics are somewhat antiquated, but it does a great job. I'm flying for a wonderful company. Am I allowed to mention their name? Sure. Heraflight out of Clearwater. They're an on-demand charter, and I've been with them for right at 10 months, and I love the job. So, but the Challenger, I don't know that it compares to, it probably compares a little bit more on the feel to the 747. Most of my time was in the 767 International and domestic 7.5.
That's an interesting comparison, the Challenger to the 7.4, the Queen of the Sky. That's got to be an honor for the Challenger, no less. So you've been so generous with your time, and I thank you very much. Do you have time for a couple of fun questions?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, if you could fly anything that you haven't flown yet, what would you fly?
That's still flying?
Anything throughout history.
The Concorde.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I flew for Braniff in the late 80s, and when they went out of business in 89, that's when I went to UPS. But the earlier Braniff 1, flew the Concorde. It would come over from Europe to Washington Dulles under Air France livery, and then they would put a big decal on it, say Braniff International, and then a Braniff crew would fly it from there to Dallas, and they'd go back and forth. So they did that several years. I met some of the Braniff pilots that did that. That was kind of cool.
That's got to be fun. I mean, that's such a unique airframe. So you know what? That answer seems to fit the Concorde right here. Now, if you could fly with anybody throughout history, who would you fly with?
As far as for work?
Well, anybody you could slide in the cockpit. If you want to get Bob Hoover, go up and have a cup of tea.
That would be it. That would be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was several years ago. I was here right after his routine, energy manager routine, and I've always been a fan of that. And everybody asked me, "Have I rolled the commander?" And the answer is no. I am not Bob Hoover. I've rolled most of my airplanes. I've not rolled the commander. But after a show, he was standing here, and there was the proverbial long line of people wanting to talk with him, and that finally dissipated, and I'm standing about 10 feet away from him, and he looked at me and he pointed to a chair next to him, and I sat down and talked with him, which is not true. He talked to me, and I just listened. This guy was the most humble. Obviously, the pilot's pilot doesn't even come close. He's the best of the best of the best, and so it was an honor to be able to speak with him for 20 minutes or so. But I would have loved to have flown with him. Just to ride in the back of that airplane would have been spectacular.
Absolutely. That's a learning flight all the way around. You say you like to be a student pilot. I think that would be one that would really just teach so much. And you're right. Bob Hoover is a favorite because he was so humble. He was such a great person to so many people. That's a great choice. Now, you guys are up. You're flying around, you and Bob in the Aero Commander. You get a little rumbly in the tumbly. What's your favorite in-flight snack?
Wow. My wife brings snacks every single time we go flying. Probably just crackers.
Nice. Yeah, keep it simple.
Yeah. I've done some aerobatic stuff. In my super decathlon, I have competed in the IAC. Greg Kuntz, I took some lessons with him. My son and I went to his place. And I found at the end of a session with him, which was, I think it was an hour and a half, the last maneuver, which was an Immelman, always got to me. And but other than that, I'm usually pretty good. I have to build up my G tolerance if I'm getting ready for a competition. But I don't typically get seasick or airsick. It's kind of funny. My son and I bought this super decathlon so he and I could compete. The guy smokes me. He's got 600 hours total time. I just passed 41,000. He is the one that wins the trophies because I've spent my whole career, my whole life doing 10 and 20 degree banks. and he loves yanking and banking. He just bought a project airplane that is called a Laser, and it was owned by a world champion aerobatic guy that went to the world champions, and so he's restoring that, or is going to restore that, and then he's out of my league.
That's a fun little aircraft. That is a zippy little airframe, that Laser. Well, that's phenomenal. I want to thank you so much for being so generous with your time and these great stories. Rick Farron, you have just really, you've brought a lot to this interview. Of course, you've added into Sun and Fun with these great aviation stories, and I cannot wait to play this interview so everybody can hear what a dynamic individual you are. Now, if they see you around, should they say hello?
Absolutely. This is one of the downsides of not flying in, is I would always have a place to have people come and meet, and we could chat. And I don't have that because I don't have the airplane here. Next year I will. So, but I love meeting the people that follow me on social media, and I'm having a great time here. I can't thank you enough, Sean, for inviting us to do this.
I'll tell you what, the pleasure has been all mine. If we want to invite the new friends in to follow your social media, where can they do that?
Just Rick Farron. There's another Rick Farron who's also a musician as I am, and he's a retired airline pilot as I am. Same name, but he's got hair. So it'll have my page has a picture of my wife and I in front of a Stearman. That'll be a blue and yellow Stearman. That'll show up.
Oh, it's even the classic colors. Oh, of course it is. Well, fantastic. Make sure you go to follow Rick Farron. Follow along the adventures. And if you have a chance to meet he and Ginger, they're phenomenal people. Great smiles, great warmth, great stories. Sit and chat a little bit. And you know what you should do afterwards? You should come back here to Sun and Fun Radio and check out all the other great interviews from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun, and the 30th anniversary of Sun and Fun Radio. Guys, this is Sean Starker. Keep having fun. Keep enjoying the sun and the fun.
This is Lizzie Havens coming to you on assignment for Sun and Fun Radio here at Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm here with Wendy O'Neill with Pearls with Purpose. Good morning still.
Oh, yeah, I know. Is it morning? Is it afternoon? It's so hard to tell. Hey, Lizzie, how are you?
Great, thank you. I actually went to the ACES breakfast this morning. If you're not familiar with ACES, look into that program. It is great. But in that, we had a great goodie bag, and I saw the Pearls with Purpose, and I was walking through Hangar D, came across the booth, and got distracted by the shiny things. And
shiny object syndrome.
Yes, and come to find out there's a phenomenal mission with it as well. Tell us a little bit about your purpose and how you came to be.
Oh, awesome, Lizzie. Thanks for allowing us to share the passion behind, or the purpose, I should say, behind Pearls with Purpose. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. Our mission is social impact. So we do vocational or micro entrepreneurship training for women rescued from human trafficking, squatters' villages, or abusive situations. We currently work in Philippines, India, Cambodia, Peru, Dominican Republic, Kenya, and Uganda, and we're opening in Honduras and Mexico this year. And to date, we've trained a little over 520 women. I started this in 2002, back in the AOL dial-up internet days. You probably can relate to that because you look very young. And I was just going through my own identity crisis. I had 5 kids over the course of 10 years, so I'd been pregnant, nursing, toilet training for a decade straight. And I told my husband, I don't even know who I am anymore. And he said, you're a certified gemologist. Why don't you make some jewelry, sell it at farmers markets? I was like, oh, that's a good idea. So I made up these email addresses, sent them out into the ether world, and got a bunch of factory responses, but I got one response from a human being, Lani Adala in the Philippines. And in the body of her email, she said, if you imported finished pieces from me rather than loose pearls, you could change women's lives in my country. And that just resonated with me. And so that's how we started, and then we've opened up in the other countries since that time. And we've expanded, so now we do the genuine pearls, the Larimer. We have the sewing co-ops in Kenya and Uganda. And then we've got the gemstones from India. During COVID, obviously nobody was traveling, so we wrote a couple books. This is one called The Purple Dress. It's a true story of a donation of a dress. And then 2 years after it was donated, and to give you context, we have shipped over 260,000 tons of goods to 42 provinces. So we have no idea where they go. We know they go to a volunteer director, but we don't know who receives the items. And then 2 years passed, and on an overnight bus in a village called Legazpi City, my oldest daughter and I got off the bus, and she said, Mom, that's Jerica's dress. And I was like, no, it shipped 2 years ago. We don't know where it went. Mom, it's her dress. So we chased the girl down, asked her name. She said, Grace Caballero. We said, where do you live? And she's like, oh, I live out in the jungle, 2 kilometers. And so we were like, where'd you get such a pretty dress? And she said, 2 years ago, an angel from America shipped boxes to my village. I'd always wanted a dress to wear to church. Isn't it beautiful? And she spun around, and we saw the 2 missing buttons that we had sewn on. So this has been like a keynote presentation that we've used over the years, and everyone was always saying, is that a book? Is that a book? I need to teach my kids about service. I need to teach my niece about giving back. I need my kids to understand, like, you can donate something, because my philosophy is just like the Chinese proverb. If you want happiness for an hour, take a nap. If you want it for a day, go fishing, or if you're a woman, go shopping at Hangar D. If you want happiness for a month, get married. But if you want happiness for a year, you need to inherit a fortune. And if you want happiness for a lifetime, help someone else. So that's kind of just what we stand by, is helping others.
Wendy, that is phenomenal. I had no idea what I was getting myself into walking up to this booth, but that's so touching. That's so, like, such a small world to run into that and see that and have that connection and find that connection and find something that resonates with you and be able to give back.
Yeah, it's definitely something where when you're not looking for it, but then it happens, you gotta say yes and just work it backwards from there. It's I think the number one question I get is, how did you run this, for 23 years, raise 5 kids, get hit by a car 3 times, have 56 surgeries, and not quit? And I have a psychology background, so I wrote how I did it in a journal type planner for rewiring your brain neurons for that resilience, relentless, pursuit of purpose. And then wrote this book. And honestly, when an individual seeks to serve others or just seeks for something outside themselves, they can really dive deeply into who they really are and why they're here. And it's amazing, like the response. Our prices are like $10 and up, yet it's real pearls, it's real Larimar, it's 10 karat gold, sterling silver, because it's the smiles on the women's faces. Like, that's my motive. Everyone's like, why do you do this? I'm like, are you kidding? Do you know what it's like to sit on a dirt floor hanging out with a woman? She doesn't speak your language, you don't speak hers, and all of a sudden she turns and looks at you, and you see in her eyes that light bulb moment of, I get it. Like, I understand. Like, Lise is in the purple head. You can't see this, but anyway, Lise was sold at 12, rescued at 19, showed up in our aftercare clinic for women rescued from human trafficking. She was one of 83 women, and we captured this picture of her holding out her arm, handing us her first finished piece, and she has this amazing smile on her face, and she simply said, now I don't sell my body. Like, she got that connection between, I made this, you're going to take it and sell it for me, 64% is coming back to me, I don't have to compromise my core values anymore. And she's a 19-year-old girl, and she'd been in the industry for 7 years. Like, when you watch that unfold on a woman's countenance, on anybody's countenance, you just go. You keep going. You seek for ways to continue to help others.
Absolutely. You can't, seeing that, being in that situation, knowing people in that situation, and being able to help them, if you can help them, how can you not, really?
Right, yeah. Like, our message by doing the Purple Dress Book was not, hey, look, we donated a dress. It's, hey, look, wherever you stand, lift from where you stand. Do that smile for the stranger, do that can of soup for the food drive. Wave to the lady across the street. Help a woman using a cane or a walker. Like, lift from where you stand, because that's how we change each other's lives. That's how we show up in the human world, is, we acknowledge others. We recognize their presence. We validate them by, hey, how could I help you today? What could I do for you? And we've kind of forgotten that, because technology forces us to stand and scroll, through this endless scroll of consumption. And because of that consumption, we feel empty inside. And all we have to do is look up from that phone, put the phone in our pocket, talk to the lady behind us in the grocery store, talk to the person at the gas pump, wish them a good day. Like, it's so easy. It's a purple dress. It's a Barbie doll. It's a Matchbox toy car. Like, it's a smile. It's a hug. It's a can of food. It's so easy to just, help others.
Yep, it is. It doesn't have to cost anything. Like you said, just the smile at the grocery store and the line getting gas, just anything. A smile at Sun and Fun to a stranger. Right. Anything you outgrow, anything you don't need. There are people in, what's the word? We're going to edit this part out. Yeah. There are people in less fortunate situations that can really benefit from things that we have, like you said, we're kind of consumerist nation. We consume a lot and waste a lot, and there are people that can use a lot of things that are in good shape and appreciate it so much more than going in the dump.
Yeah, I think something we forget, because we live in America, and it goes for anybody that lives here in America, we forget that we are experiencing life simply by being in this country the way 2/3 of 7 billion people will never get to experience it. Like never, their entire lifetime. They will never have that experience that we get to have because we live in this country. And that's when you scale that out with that 7 billion people, imagining that, okay, 2 billion of us get to live this way, not 7 billion. And 42% of the world's population is living on less than $1 a day. I mean, it's really humbling. I've sat on the dirt floors, I've slept on the dirt floors, I've worked in I do all the training. So I've trained all these women, I know them. And the why that I know that this works is on my last trip to Philippines in 19, right before COVID hit. I was surrounded by a bunch of young adults, some holding babies and stuff, and I was just like, I don't remember their names. I'm getting so old. and so I was like, remind me what your name was, which cohort, where, when did you train? And they were like, oh, you didn't train me. You trained my mom, Nanette. And because of that, I got to go to university. Oh, you didn't train me. My mom was Janet, and you trained her. And I married a good man, and we built a house in the city. Like it was a generational break in the cycle of poverty. And that was like the most amazing thing to see. Okay, these were the kids on my first trip back in 2005. These were the kids that were running up to me asking for a handout. These are the kids that were half naked. These are the kids that were barefoot. These were the kids who didn't have the ability to go to school. And now they were in their 20s, and they were progressed in their life. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs coming into full fruition. If you establish clothing, food, shelter, that foundational core for an individual, at that point, when they realize I don't have to look for a bowl of food, then they ascend into education. Then they ascend into the higher levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Then they ascend into contribution to society. Then they ascend into how can I give back to my community. Then they ascend into self-actualization. And all of that is driven from someone help me and I can pay it forward and I can help others. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. It's just human rights, something everyone should have. It's so touching. I'm so glad that I got to speak to you today. Can you let us know where to find you on social media and everything so people listening maybe after the show can still find you and contribute to this great cause?
Absolutely. Yeah, first of all, contribution. We do take donations. 100% of that goes into the 501c3 if it's a donation. If they purchase jewelry, 64% goes back to the artisan, and the 36% is then used to pay for booths at Sun and Fun and other places. And then the website is pearlswithpurpose.org. Some people do .com. It's .org. And then everything on social media is Pearls with Purpose. And let me forewarn you, it is artisan handcrafted. And now that we're doing the sewing co-ops and we're doing, these banana fiber bags and the Katenje bags and these different unique things, they're more one of a kind. They won't be on a website. So we tell anybody that comes and sees us at a live exhibit or is at a keynote speech and sees the table, we're like, if you like it, grab it. We had a lady yesterday, her husband bought her a beautiful set of black pearls last year and she wanted earrings to match. And so I'm showing her all the black earrings and she goes, no, mine have more of a blue tone, which is true. Like the black varies with the blues, the burgundies, the purples, the greens, the natural black. And we could not find anything. And I said, well, when did you get the necklace? Was it recently? And she goes, oh no, my husband got it last year. I said, oh, that color's long gone. Like there's no way for me to match it, but I'll keep an eye out for it because I do know that more navy blue tone. But yeah, we're not Walmart. We're not made in China. We're unique handicraft, and a lot of it is one of a kind, and we won't see it again. So we encourage people, if you see it, you'll like it, just talk to us. It's so affordably priced. It's so much cheaper than an airplane, so much cheaper. So if you got somebody out there getting an airplane, come on over, visit us. We'll help you to feel good about the fact that he got an airplane or she got an airplane.
Yes, Pearls with Purpose seems like a great organization. Thank you so much, Wendy O'Neill, for taking the time to speak with me on this. And it's so nice to meet you and hear the stories And if you're listening, come check them out in Hangar D. Find them online, find them on social media, follow them, donate if you can. Come get some of this beautiful jewelry. There's a lot of shiny stuff out here. Thank you again for speaking with me.
You're welcome. Thanks so much, Lizzie. I'm so glad you came by.
The pleasure's all mine. Again, this is Lizzie Haven, Sun and Fun 2024 for Sun and Fun Radio.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Welcome to Paradise City, presented by Junkers. Explore the world of light planes in this vibrant area featuring static displays, exhibits, demonstration flights, and forums on specific light plane topics. Check the daily schedule for forum details. Enjoy the action from the 826 grass strip where the aircraft operations buzz all day long. And pilots, don't miss out on aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday the 12th at noon. Join us at Paradise City for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun sends a special thank you to the premier sponsors of our volunteer t-shirts. Textron Aviation, textav.com. Visit centralflorida.org, CAE.com, and McFarlandAviation.com for sponsoring the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. These sponsors recognize the importance of volunteers' work and time to make each Sun and Fun a success and show their support by providing t-shirts as a small token of appreciation.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day 0, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org. Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit mono-wing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Dominic Perez with Sun and Fun Radio, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. I'm here with Matt Hutton and Sebastian Tomas, who have a very interesting story to do with their Dornier DO-27, which was flown by Neil Armstrong himself. So let's start off with an introduction from both of you. Sebastian first.
Yeah, hi. My name is Sebastian Thoma. I'm from Germany, 30 years old. I was a controller for the last 10 years. Now I'm a commercial pilot flying the Airbus A320, and I'm here to enjoy the air show.
Great. Now you, Matt?
Hi, I'm Matt Hutton. I'm with Aerospace Auctions, and we are marketing the 1959 Dornier TO-27 for Sebastian.
Awesome. Thank you for your introductions. So, Sebastian, can you tell us a little bit about how you got into aviation in the first place? Where did you start?
Well, everything started out with my dad. He was flying helicopters for the German Air Force back then, but that was way before I was born. But when I was like 12 years old, he was driving with me out to an airfield, and I got my first glider lessons, did my glider license, and then I was pretty sure that I was going to do a commercial pilot license one day, or go into the ATC job, because I was very passionate about flying, and that's how that all started. I started doing photos, like plane spotting, and then took photos of airplanes on airports, and did this flight simulator, online network stuff, and everything. So yeah, I've been through all this, and now I was fortunate enough to get hired by a major airline in Germany to fly on the Airbus.
That's awesome. How about you, Matt?
Well, I guess I started with aviation through my father, who owned an ag aviation company, and I've been around aviation my entire life. About 2 years ago, I decided I wanted to do aviation for a living, and we started a company called Aerospace Auctions, and we auction unique special aircraft.
Cool. So on the topic of aerospace auctions, where can people find you and look into any new unique aircraft?
You can find us at airspaceauctions.com. Just go to our website. You can find us on social media as well, and YouTube.
And awesome. That's amazing. And as we're here for the beautiful Dornier DO-27, can you tell us where they can find that online?
Yeah, you sure can. Go to our website and then go to the current auctions page and scroll down to the Dornier. The aircraft will be auctioning starting on May 29th of 2024, and the auction will conclude on June 5th of 2024. And when you visit us on the website, you can see a lot of pictures, a video of the aircraft, as well as a spec and summary sheet of everything about the airplane.
Thank you so much, Matt. And for the folks out there who are maybe just interested in the plane or even looking into buying it, can you tell us a little bit about it, Sebastian?
Yeah, so the airplane was the first plane which was built after the Second World War, because obviously the Germans were not allowed to build planes anymore because they did some dumb stuff with that. So this was the first production aircraft after that, and it was used for the Air Force, but also for civilian customers. It could seat 6 people inside, and it was built for reconnaissance missions and medevac missions, stuff like that. It has some very good short takeoff and landing capabilities. So it has like a slat, a fixed slat along the whole wing. That has a 12-meter wingspan. I don't know what that converts into feet, but I only know the German numbers. And so my particular airframe was built in 1959 in southern Germany, and then got delivered to the Air Force, where it was used for flight and test research. And then it went over to the German Aviation Spaceflight Institute later for some more research. And they actually ripped out the seat bench in the back, and then installed some hydraulics in there to test fly-by-wire. And that is when NASA astronaut Neil Armstrong was flying the airplane, because after the Apollo program, he was doing flight research at NASA for fly-by-wire. And then he came over to Germany and visited the Aviation Spaceflight Institute. And as they just had the fly-by-wire system installed in my airplane, he was test flying the airplane pretty much to see how the Germans were doing in research.
That is really neat. So I've got to ask, I'm a huge fan of both American and global space and the history behind it. What does it feel like to know you're sitting in the same seat Neil Armstrong has been in?
Oh, it's amazing. The first thing I did after buying this airplane was creating a sticker with Neil Armstrong's signature and adding it to the airframe, because it's just something very special. And I feel honored to own a piece of aviation history for sure.
That's amazing. And how did you acquire this plane?
Well, it was I was looking for an airplane actually to commute to the airfield where I was doing my commercial pilot license, and I was actually trying to get an ultralight airplane, because those are cheap. They run MOGAS and just like 15 liters an hour or something like that. But the cost of acquiring ultralights back then was very expensive. So I thought, why not getting a regular airplane? And so I started looking into a Piper Tomahawk. Then I was like, well, when you're getting a big, or let's say a bigger airplane burning F-gas, then why not getting a 4-seat airplane? So I was looking into 4-seaters, like a Fuji FA200 that was on the cheap end of 4-seating airplanes. And then my dad, he sent me a link from, I think, Plane Check or whatever, with a Piaggio 149, which was another German warbird. And I was like, well, Dad, I can't afford that airplane. It has like 6 cylinders years, so burned so much fuel. But I mean, we can take a look at it. And then we drove down to Paris in France, and then we were test flying this Piaggio 149 with two French Air Force pilots flying the Rafale and the Mirage 2000, and it was really fun. But the engine was over its TBO hours, so there would have been a very expensive overhaul on the engine pretty soon. And then I told that story at my local flying club, and they were like, "Hey, did you hear about the guys from the German Aviation Spaceflight Institute? They thought about selling their Dornier 27." And as my dad also flew the Dornier 27 in the Air Force, he was towing gliders with that airplane, which you can still do. I was very happy about that opportunity, and we drove there to Brunswick. That's where the institute is located, and then we did a kind of inspection of the airplane and went through all the documents with the history, and I thought it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy such an airplane. So we were in.
That is so neat. So is there anything else about this airplane or yourself in particular that you'd like to share with anyone listening?
Well, for me it was very special because after I had 300 or 400 hours back then flying the Cessna and the Piper myself and as a flight instructor, and flying this airplane was something very special for me because it has a stick and instead of a yoke. It's short takeoff and landing capable. It has big windows. You can drop parachuters out of the airplane. You can do aero tow with gliders with the airplane. It's very versatile, so you can do a lot of things, and it's also challenging to fly in crosswind conditions. I haven't flown very much tailwheel before. That was my first tailwheel airplane, really. So it was a challenge, and it's a lot of fun to fly.
That's so cool. So can I ask, why are you getting rid of the airplane? When did you decide that you needed to sell it, and what's your motivations behind it?
Well, it's just a progress for me, and in terms of career, the salary as an air traffic controller was very good, so I had the opportunity to pay for that airplane and for the cost like insurance and hangar and everything. But now as I'm continuing to fly for the airlines, the salary is down a little bit because I'm starting right at the bottom of the first officer scale, and it's just a little bit too expensive to afford right now. So I'm trading in this great piece of history and private flying thing for the aviation career path.
Yeah, of course. I think all of us in aviation definitely understand the economic concerns there. So if folks are interested in you as a person or maybe the story about your plane, where can they find that?
I have an Instagram channel. It's called ATC Pilot Photography. That's where I upload all my plane photos. I do air-to-air photography as well, mainly from airliners. So I rent helicopters and then hover above airports. I was doing that in Miami 3 days ago. You can find those pictures on there. And then also make sure to go to my website. It's called atcpilot.com. And if you go to atcpilot.com/DO27, you will find the whole history of the airplane, including photos of Neil Armstrong sitting in the cockpit.
Wow, that's neat. I'm definitely going to have to check that out after this. So just want to go over this again. Can we get all your social media contacts just for the viewers out there? Just make sure you take note if you want to find out about this amazing airplane and maybe the opportunity to even purchase it.
So come and check us out at airspaceauctions.com, where you can find this 1959 Dornier TO27, as well as many other interesting aircraft. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and many other social media outlets. Check us out. Lots of interesting airplanes to bid on.
Yeah, same over here. It's Instagram. As I said, it's ATC Pilot Photography, and then I'm on YouTube as ATC Pilot, and obviously my website, atcpilot.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And everyone knows there's a million stories here at Sun and Fun, but I am very glad to be able to tell yours, as it's definitely one of the most interesting things I have heard this week and in all the Sun and Funs I've been to. Once again, this is Dominic Perez with Sun and Fun Radio. We're at Sun and Fun 2024. You can find us at liveatc.net/SNF or online at Sun and Fun Radio on Facebook or YouTube. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can join for free to access guides, discounts, and a passionate community of virtual aviators. Here at Sun and Fun, you can enjoy the Flight Sim Experience Center at the Future in Flight Plaza and get hands-on with the latest flight simulation technology and meet fellow enthusiasts. Flight Sim Expo, North America's largest enthusiast flight simulation convention, takes place June 21st through the 23rd in Las Vegas. Event details at flightsimexpo.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
This is Lizzie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2024, the 50th anniversary, here with Sun and Fun Radio. I am here today with Miss Lynn Kaywood. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy to be here. Thanks for sharing the shade and the air conditioning with me. I am always happy to save a little bit of that sun exposure. Drink your water, put on your sunscreen. It's going to be hot this weekend, but nice. Very, very nice after tomorrow. Not only are you the vice president, but you're also a racer in the Air Race Classic. And I'm not sure which one is cooler, but tell us a little bit about both.
Well, I've been involved with the Air Race Classic since about 2010, when I was approached and asked to actually host the terminus of the air race at my home base in Frederick, Maryland. So I've been a racer on and off since 2010. This year will be my 11th race, I think. And I got involved with the board, so I've worked my way up. I was a safety officer for many years, and this year I am serving as the vice president.
That is so cool. Congratulations. It's always fun to work your way up and just see an event progress and continue to grow. It looks like it's in June, and we have quite a few stops on the route. Give us some info on that.
Well, the route changes every year. So this year we start in Carbondale, Illinois. It's about 2,500 miles. So we wind our way around. It's not a straight line, but it's a big, long cross country for 4 days, and it ends up in Loveland, Colorado this year. So we're very excited. This is going to be a good, challenging race. It's going from east to west. So we've got some winds to deal with and a few mountains to deal with, not a whole lot. But it'll be a lot of fun. We've got lots of stops that people can volunteer at. So if you go to our website at www.airraceclassic.org, you can see our race route and sign in to volunteer.
That sounds like so much fun. I wish I was closer. What kind of plane do you fly, and how does timing end up working out for you?
Well, I race my Cessna 182. It's a 2007 G1000 182. So it gets, we handicap all the planes. So it's kind of interesting. It's not a flat out speed race, but you are flying at full throttle at your best possible speed. But we fly a box at 6,000 feet density altitude, and then calibrate your average speed. And that's what you have to beat. So you're actually racing against yourself, and you have 4 days to complete the race. That builds in, usually, you could do it in 3, but we build in a weather day just in case, which sometimes we always have, because a lot of times we're racing in Tornado Alley and things like that. In the middle of the summer, the race every year is always the 3rd week of June, and because we have the longest daylight hours, because it's a day VFR flight. So it's a lot of fun. You have to be a pilot. You need either 500 hours of PIC or an instrument rating. And then your co-pilot has to only have at least 100 hours. And then passengers can be even student pilots with as little as 5 hours logged in a logbook. But it is all women race.
Oh, that is awesome. I didn't even know that. I've heard about it, and I'm just learning more every single day this year here at Sun and Fun. That sounds like so much fun. And I love that you're not really racing against each other. You're just racing against yourself. So it's very good for self-improvement and just challenging yourself as you go.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. It's the most challenging thing and empowered thing you'll ever do, besides getting your private pilot certificate to start with. But you meet lifelong friends, and it's like our fly camp, we call it, because all the ladies, we get together. It's our summer camp.
I was just going to ask, do you all try to stop at the same place every day so you're all kind of together, or you just kind of stop where you end up?
That's a great question. So in order to stay competitive and stay in the race, you can only land at the designated airports that are along the route. So you can fly past them if you have enough fuel, or you make your what we call flyby, and you fly past the timing point that turns off the clock, and then you can come back in and land. You could spend the night, you can just get fuel, take a break, do whatever, but you can't land anywhere else or you might get disqualified.
Oh, so you really have to stay on the planned course and just keep all that in mind. A lot of planning, like you said, a lot of playing to the winds and trying to avoid the weather as well.
That's correct. Right. It's all about figuring out the best tailwinds, what altitudes to fly at, what airspace you're going to be in, because we don't have waivers to break any federal aviation rules, regulations. We only have waivers to do these low passes at every airport where the timing lines are, and to turn the clock on and off. So most of our passes are at 200 to 300 feet AGL, and of course at high speed. So we have that waiver to not adhere to the normal pattern entry altitudes and things like that. But other than that, we have to follow all the rules.
Yes, that's good. They're there for our safety, and of course, safety is always the most important thing. You mentioned the clock is stopping. Are the volunteers there on the ground, the ones who are actually timing and hitting the clock?
They are. We have volunteers at the timing line taking notes. We also have to have landing lights on. We have to make required radio calls and things like that. So the volunteers are monitoring for that. They are clicking the clock on and off and writing our times down. We also carry a Bad Elf. And the Bad Elf GPS tracker has been configured just for us. So it lays down tracks at a lot more tighter sequence timeline than if you just bought one off the street. And we use that as kind of the official time. And then we use the timer's observations to back that information up in case our equipment breaks. And then we also carry spot trackers. And the spot trackers are for safety. But also then the public can track us on a moving map on our website through Map Progress, one of our sponsors. And they show all of the racers and where they are. So it's kind of cool. It makes it a lot of fun for the people who aren't able to get out onto the race course.
That is awesome. I'm definitely going to have to check that out. Is that all on the website as well?
That's correct. It's all on the homepage.
Perfect. I'm definitely going to mark that on my calendar. I won't be able to make it up. That sounds like fun. Hopefully I will be able to maybe one day come and volunteer, because those volunteer jobs they're not jobs. They sound like fun.
They are. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, you meet so many people and you just become friends with them. So, and if you can't make the race or you don't qualify for that race, we have a derby in the fall. And this is a new offering that we started during COVID when we couldn't race. And this is kind of, we call it our Choose Your Own Adventure. It's this is going to be the end of September, beginning of October. You can also access the Air Race Classic Derby from our website or directly at airraceclassic.derby.org. And anybody can sign up for this. Even student pilots can go out with their instructors, or you can take a husband, a spouse. We don't limit it to just women for this derby. And you fly 5 legs, 65 nautical miles a piece. And you predict, it's a prediction run, you predict how long it'll take you to fly that route, including doing a standard FAA pattern entry and landing at an airport on the route. So it's a fun challenge for everybody to get involved with and help support the Air Race Classic in a different way.
Yes, that looks like fun too. I'm just reading the information on it. Looks like registration is opening kind of mid-August, August 15th. And then you I love the pick your own adventure. Pick a day you want to fly between September 27th and October 6th. For that, do you have to plan the day in ahead, just in case you plan that day and then there's weather or something like that?
Right. You submit, once you register, you submit kind of your proposed route, and our entry admin and scoring people will look at the route and help you in case your Latin longs are off or something like that. One time I thought I fat fingered something and it had me going out to the Atlantic Ocean. So they helped me fix my route. And then we just picked a day, and you notify them like the night before to say, hey, I'm going to fly tomorrow. And then you turn in, again, you use a Bad Elf or some other kind of tracker, and you turn in the route, the recorded route, and then they score it from there.
Awesome. And is this something that you can do anywhere in the country? Or you just plan it out to actually meet those requirements?
Correct. You can fly anywhere in the country. In fact, you can fly anywhere in the world. We had one of our racers from New Zealand that participates in our big race. Actually, I think she won the Derby already. So, we have people from all over the world, military pilots, ladies that are stationed in sandy places that they can't talk about, but they were able to do the race.
Oh, that's amazing. I was wondering if it's just in the U.S., but you can even be undisclosed locations and still, I'm sure, get approval, but still be able to participate, so you don't have to be in that region. I know a lot of us, we're in Florida now, of course, but there's a lot of us down in Florida, a lot of us just all over that maybe can't get up to kind of Midwest area in general, but you can do it wherever. That's so cool.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a good way to get involved and learn a little bit about the Air Race Classic.
Yes, I love that. Thank you so much for sharing all this information. Just to recap, can you let everyone listening know where to find you guys?
Again, you can find us at www.airraceclassic.org. So Air Race Classic is all one word. And we'd love to have you visit the website. You can sign up, create an account, sign up to get email notices as to what's happening and where we are and what, who's all on the teams. We have 49 teams registered for this year's race. Collegiate, I think we have 19 collegiate teams. So we have a new intercollegiate class. So if you have a special college, aviation college that you want to root for, make sure you check us out.
Awesome. Thank you so much again, Ms. Lynn Kaywood. I appreciate all of your time. Again, this is Lizzie Haven, Sun and Fun Radio, here at Sun and Fun 2024.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All, You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Sun and Fun Radio thanks Articulated for their support with our back deck restoration project. Founded in 2023, Articulated is a new company with years of experience thanks to the wide-ranging background of owner Dave Schaubetter. Offering both production and custom laser engraved products, Articulated can handle all your laser engraving needs. Their extra-large laser bed capacity separate them from the hobbyist laser companies. You can see an example of their work in the custom engravings on the refurbished back deck. Articulated.com.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Did you know you can learn to TIG weld in our welding education workshops? Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. Lincoln Electric has become the global leader in arc welding and cutting and is renowned as the welding experts worldwide. With the industry's leading team of experts and the most comprehensive portfolio of solutions, they continue to advance innovation and deliver measurable value to our customers and their operations. You can find out more at the welding workshop or online at lincolnelectric.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye sunglasses and prescription eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hello, this is Seth Wilkinson with Sun and Fun Radio coming at you from the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 50th annual. Happy birthday, Sun and Fun. I'm here with Marshall Hagland, marketing manager and company pilot of Waco and Yonkers. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. It's a great day.
Awesome. And I hear you have a new aircraft. You want to tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, thanks. We unveiled the Yonkers A50 Heritage yesterday. We had it under cloak for the first opening day of Sun and Fun, all day Tuesday. And it's our sort of evolved version of the A50 Junior, which we unveiled last year at 2023 Sun and Fun.
And now, what are the differences between the Junior and the Heritage?
Thanks. When we unveiled the A50 Junior, it was received very well and with much anticipation. The power plant of choice at the time for us was the Rotax 912 IS. It's economical, it's reliable, it's known throughout the industry, the name, and it had the correct horsepower that we needed and sought for. But at the time, it made us have to make a difficult choice, which was to put a new design spin on the front end of the aircraft, firewall forward. Obviously, the horizontally opposed engines were not common or not designed yet in the 1920s when the Junior was initially launched. So, going back to the drawing board, we and I say we, but it was the team in Germany largely that's going over the engineering drawings, decided that we need to pursue something that's more traditional and more loyal to the original aircraft's purpose and design. And that meant looking at radial power plants. And the obvious choice then became the company out of Czechoslovakia, Werner, who's been building radios for decades and has just the same reliability, but meets that design criteria that we were looking for. So that's the most noticeable difference, is the radial powered engine. And we also got a horsepower increase with putting the 7U Scarlet radial motor on there. The other thing you'll notice from a distance is the redesigned windscreen, going from a more of a polycarbonate, which you might find on a modern open cockpit aircraft, to a flat split glass framed in aluminum construction, and you'll see the sharp angle that provides and gives the pilot the protection that they need. And then the last major feature that's noticeable is the analog instrument cluster with the round gauges.
I was just about to get to that. What made you go from glass in the Junior to analog?
It really was that passion for tradition, and to make it match the aesthetic of the rest of the aircraft. The radial engine calls back to a bygone era. The split glass windscreen does the same. So it only made sense to keep the tradition as loyal and as faithful as we could to that original design.
And I understand that both of these are light sports.
Correct. Now the A50 Heritage is not currently FAA certificated, but that's the angle we're pursuing, is to keep it in that light sport category.
And it must have been tough designing a radial that's light enough, to keep it under the 1320 when everything is, involved. Were there any challenges with that?
Well, that would be a good question for the design team and the engineering team, and I don't have the numbers really to speak to on that. We're still finalizing a lot of those details.
Cool. So this is and undergoing development.
Absolutely, it's ongoing. Obviously, we have a show in Germany where we plan to unveil next week at Aero Friedrichshafen, and then we have our eyes set on EAA AirVenture, of course, this year. So if we plan to continue to hammer down on the deadlines that we need to hit, we'll certainly keep you posted.
Amazing. And where can the people find you online?
So right now, Junkers Aircraft, Junkers aircraft.com is our mothership, and then we'll keep putting out the press releases and the news on social media and any other channels we can.
And finally, where can they find you on the Sun and Fun grounds?
Thanks. Yeah, we're in the manufacturer display area in booth 008A Alpha, right on the corner. It will be hard to miss.
It is hard to miss with the beautiful A50 Junior and a Heritage that's corrugated metal. It's really an eye catcher. This has been Seth coming at you from Sun and Fun 2024 Aerospace Expo 50th Annual. You want to wish Sun and Fun a happy birthday with me?
Of course.
Happy birthday,
Sun and Fun.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Struble International Airport.
Welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is perhaps my least favorite segment of the week.
Yeah.
I love everything else I do, but this one I just don't like, because this is our final live segment.
Not goodbye.
Not goodbye.
Not goodbye.
Ta-ta
Just
for now.
a see you next year kind of ordeal.
See you next year. This is our final segment from Sun and Fun 24, the final segment of Sun and Fun Radio's 30th annual broadcast. I can't believe I've been doing this for 30 years.
Dave Schellbutter's 45th year with Sun and Fun.
My 45th year as a Sun and Fun volunteer. My first year as a Sun and Fun, trying to remember what they're calling it, sponsor in kind.
Okay.
You actually go to the Sun and Fun website, not right now, but shortly. There will be an Articulazored, my new company, brand new company with years of experience. Articulazored, if you were by the Green Bay Austin Straubel Hold Short area, you saw their Giant Yard Jenga game, Tumbling Towers game with their logo. That was something from my company. All of our back deck board engravings were sponsored by my company.
Your 50-50-50.
The 50-50-50, which is really cool, and I understand there's still cutting boards available. There's a special deal. You go to the island, you go to the country store, we have our 50-50-50. 50th anniversary, a limited production run of 50 numbered cutting boards. Buy them for $50. 50-50-50. And you can go there again, the island or the country store in the campground. They've got the cutting boards there. You can also find them if you go to Sun and Fun's page on Facebook. They have a link for a form where you can order one. I really recommend, if you are going to order a 50-50-50 cutting board, get your order in.
Soon.
It's my understanding that on top of the 18 pre-orders, they've sold 16 more, which means that there's only 15 or 16 left. So you want to make sure you get that. It's a great way. That does not benefit the radio station. That is a Sun and Fun volunteer benefit. The money raised, we figure it's about $2,500 will get raised, will go to honor Sun and Fun volunteers. So the 50-50-50 donation.
Thank you, Articulazored.
Fundraiser.
Thank you to the thousands of volunteers that are out here this week as well.
3,000 a day, and I think the number is over 5,000
Total.
total.
Wow.
Because we don't have the same 3,000 every day. We have people come and go. They're only put in 1 or 2 days with us. We got other people like me that are year-round, yearly bird volunteers. Now that I live in town, I'm on campus working at the radio station all the time. So several times a week I stop by the station. But Jack gave me a note here and said, make sure we mention Buy a Board 2. If you've been listening, you've heard us talk about the Buy a Board fundraiser, the fundraiser for the average person. We needed to do some work on our back deck for this year. I could have picked up the phone and called a sponsor and said, hey, can and he would have written me a $2,000 check without batting an eye. But I have so many people that want to contribute that can't write me a $2,000 check. It was an $1,800 job. We had 60 deck boards. That comes out to $30 a board. It was our 30th anniversary. It was forecast. So you can buy a board for $30, and it will help restore our deck to its original glory. And you can get a laser etching, laser burn, laser etching, honoring your donation. You can get a deck donor gift, or if you want to, you can just contribute without recognition.
And you called it the etching or the engraving, but that could be your name. That could be
it could be anything.
Your company's logo.
I've got one. Sierra Harrop wanted a waffle. If waffles could fly, this place would be an airport. So we've got one with a waffle. Lizzie Havens, our reporter extraordinaire, wanted Tomcat Lizzie. So I found outlines of F-14 Tomcats, or whatever. I'm not going to give them the number. 14, right?
Yeah, and you presented myself and my beautiful wife a nice little holding hands tribute. So thank you for that as well.
That was a very first legitimate burn of that.
Okay.
I've done test burns on other things, but the one that I did for you guys, and that's why you got so many burns. I did a lot of what I call test burns. When I wasn't 100% positive it was going to look good. I'm burning 10 images on a board. If I goof something up, I'm back to square one. So I did a lot of test burns, and I love that. I love that piece. I really, really love that piece. There's actually a version of it available that is a heart on a stand.
Okay.
And I can do a heart wall hanging kind of thing. I can do a heart on a stand. What you guys got was the test burn. And what did we wind up with? 4 or 5 of them?
I think we're into 5 now. But
yeah, 4 or 5 of test burns plus the one that's on the wall.
She got one. I got one. I think I got one at the office now to put on my little,
well, the funniest
desk.
of all of that was I looked at it, you looked at it, she looked at it. It went out online, and April walks in and she looks at it. She's looking at the test burn going, isn't there an E in her name? And I laughed because you guys both looked at it. It went online.
Stared at it. We're smiling. We're like, this is just a great little tribute to us.
Nobody realized there was no E in there. So I had to go back. And then the funny part was I had imported that as an image, not a create. I created that art. That's original articulated art that was created. I saw the idea, and but in order not to violate any copyrights or anything, I just took the idea and recreated it.
Well, we love it.
And
yeah,
and so and it's like all these people saw it. Somebody after April pointed it out. Somebody said online, her name has an E in it, and I laughed that nobody saw it. But yeah, so it's articulated.com. It's articulated on Facebook, articulated@gmail. The company donated, and we were up to the donation in kind sponsor level that gets the logo on the website. So my logo will be on the Sun and Fun website.
And the buy a board program was, like you're saying, a success?
It was such a success that we have revived it we're calling it Buy a Board 2. You can, same price, $30.
Okay.
You can donate, help us finish restoring our deck, the front deck, the ramps, the walkways, the railings. We come back here next year. This is all going to be new deck. I know the posts and beams are all still good, but the under stuff, it's 10 years old. It's out in the Florida weather. So, and I wasn't here to keep it clean, so unfortunately it got some rot. We're taking care of all that. Next year we will have basically all new deck with original support structure, but all the decking and everything else will be new. But we killed ourselves. I mean, we knocked it out for getting the stuff we did leave. We got into great shape for the fly-in, and if you've seen the hack on Facebook, YouTube, whatever these others are, where they use pool chlorine and water to restore wood.
This is the example.
Wood,
it works.
This is a prime example of it, and we were shocked. You were shocked.
I was shocked.
The first time I sprayed it, I was like, "Holy cats! It does work."
We used it on the building. We used it on the
building, on the deck, everything. You take pool chlorine, mix it 50-50 with water, and spray it on your wood. And it bleaches it to like new, and it looked great. We did do a lot of pressure cleaning as well on the building, on the deck, on everything. But we had a good time with everything and doing it. But I think I wound up in the end. I think I used 15 gallons of chlorine to clean our decks. So a little noise.
Sun and Fun Radio with the sounds of the air show in the background starting.
I love it. Steve Tupper, Airspeed Online. Steve Tupper did a song about airshow radio, and it's actually I'm partial because I'm literally, my voice is in the song doing my Good Morning Sun and Fun, but he talks about there's silence at all the right times, but nobody minds, and that was the right time.
That was the perfect timing.
The last pure thing on the radio by Steve Tupper, Airspeed Online, and it's a song about airshow radio. And it's cool. It's a neat song, and Tupper did a great job. He actually hosted our Not at Sun and Fun podcast again this year.
Did he? Okay.
And where they circled in the virtual DC-3, and thanks to the video, we had some pretty cool stuff thrown in there with it. We did Uncontrolled Airspace last night. A friend of Jack Hodgson's, he does video streaming for a living. He's a high-ranking video guy.
Into the professional side of it.
He's a professional.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he does for a living. He watched our broadcast of UCAP last night, reached out to Jack during and said, wow, that looks great. Called Jack after and said that is one of the best video productions he's seen. So considering this is our first year, I give all credit on this to Derek Lagasse, who's hiding in the engineering room because he's afraid of me right now. Derek's waving to the camera. So, Derek, thank you for making this happen and making it good. And Will Court,
and Austin Straubel for the
Green Bay. Oh, we would not be
Absolutely.
doing this without Green Bay. They ponied up, purchased, gave us enough money to buy all the equipment we need. A lot of people thought we were gonna come in here with some little
handy cams or something.
Yeah, little clip-on camera cams like you'd use streaming cams for your web. No, this is professional grade video production gear. Getting a lot of positive feedback on our air show cams.
Excellent.
And what's really cool about our live air show stream, you can go to Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube, youtube.com/@Sun and Fun Radio. And you can watch our night air shows and our day air shows without any problems.
None
Sun
at all.
and Fun had a service come in to stream their show, and my understanding is you can't go back and watch it. So, but you can go back and watch our live streams. Our show streams are fed without audio because of copyright violations. We can't copyright violate.
Turn on your own music and just kind of enjoy the show to your own liking. But you had the opportunity last night either to be here or watch it, through your feed. But either way, what an outstanding show it was, and fireworks.
It was. Yeah. Last night was spectacular. I was wiped. I left in the middle of the night show because I really wanted to be home. But I brought it up and I watched the finale on my 85 in the living room.
Beautiful.
It was cool.
Beautiful.
It was cool watching it. And the drone show was phenomenal. The fireworks, the drone show. They knocked it out of the park this year on the night shows.
100%. So thank you to the entire Sun and Fun team for getting that organized and put together. Happy 50.
Our air show coordinator, Dennis Dunbar, did an outstanding job.
He was actually on the stage, on our deck, a couple days ago. So go back and watch his interview if you haven't had a chance yet.
And you can go back all week long is available on our YouTube channel. You can go back and see what we had done. If you want to watch, we will... Hopefully within the next 30 days, we will have everything indexed. So the description will tell you exactly who is where at what time. There'll be different chapters to go to. For right now, we have, we have 4.5 hour
loops.
Mm-hmm. Well, 4.5 hour videos.
Okay.
And everybody's interviews every 15 minutes. So, if you're looking for a specific interview and you know what time it was, just look at our beginning. Everyone started at 8:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody was on at 10:30, you want to go 2 hours in to find the interview you're looking for. So, so everything was done that way. We, they knocked it out of the park. Lots and lots of great positive response for the videos. Our audio stream is getting positive reviews.
Tons of hits.
Tons of hits on the audio
completely.
stream. I will be releasing the numbers, what we had for audio listeners when Mr. Pasco gets them to us. Traditionally, we're 40 to 50,000 hits on our audio stream. I'm really curious to see what they are this year.
That's on liveatc.net/SNF all year long.
And if you want to go back and listen to a portion of the audio, Live ATC archives everything. So you just remember that we are Zulu -4.
4 right now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right now we're Zulu -4. So when you go to Live ATC, it says the Zulu time. You go back. So 8 o'clock, 0800 Zulu would be, or no, we would, if we're -4, it'd be 12:30 Zulu. 1230 hours Zulu would be our 8:30 broadcast.
And he's doing that because we are very proud of the international listeners that can't fly in right now, but it's nice to see the different countries as something, listening to you from Istanbul or somewhere like that.
Yeah,
so
we used to
great
get 'em
opportunities.
In the early years, we were getting them from Okinawa, from Italy, for lots from South America. And then years ago, I kept getting emails from a guy that says, I'm listening. I'm not very far away. I'm listening on the other side of the airport. And it was signed Jack Mason. And every day when I asked somebody to email us and let us know where they're listening, I would get an email from Jack Mason. We're listening on the other side of the airport. And then lo and behold, his lovely wife voluntold him to be here a few years back when we thought Carl wasn't going to come because of coronavirus.
And you got me as an on-the-field reporter until the day before the show started, and Jack, you're fired. What'd I do? No, you're fired from on the field, and you're going to be live radio.
You're not going to be a reporter. You're going to be a live air announcer.
But loving it ever since. Thank you, Dave.
And as I tend to do, I take my volunteers that are good at their volunteer job, and I move them up to management. And so you this is your actual first year.
This is my first year.
Co-chair of Live Air.
And we've done a great job.
We have.
Yep.
And you handled all of the
Randy
show
Bibb, Tom
stuff.
Frick, Russ, thank you for, I know you guys had to leave a little early, but thank you for your time and being up here and being the host with myself. And we're going to, do it for many, many more years to come.
We are. And you handle all this stuff. I still handle all of the scheduling of interviews and stuff, but next year I'm going to turn those 97 interview slots over to you to fill up.
We'll do it. We'll knock it out.
But we are about
We'll take care of
5
it.
minutes from our air show, and I cannot thank my crew. I come on, folks. Look at me. I'm a guy with a big mouth that tripped and fell face first into the volunteer job of a lifetime. I found people that wanted to help and wanted to do things, wanted to contribute to us. And I found people, and I've been really lucky enough to have the best and the brightest in their various fields come on and volunteer with the station. And just could not be happier with that. Derek's he's a pilot. He's an air transport pilot, captain for Endeavor Air, but he also does their union, works strong with the union, their video production and everything else. So, Derek he's made all this happen. You coordinate, you schedule. That's what you do every day.
Yep, we're coming from different fields, but it's nice that you have your volunteers that are repeat volunteers. They want to come back to the radio station because they know what kind of involvement they can contribute to making this happen.
Marcus Burge comes in, our IT specialist. Marcus Burge comes in. All of this is all Marcus. He comes here a few days before the show and knocks himself out. Works
Marcus
all night
worked
a couple
through
times.
the night, yeah. Yep.
To get everything ready to rock. The TARDIS looks great this year. You guys that helped with the actual woodwork part of it did a great job. John and Jackson Fallis worked on getting the TARDIS. I got it roughed out, and they finished it up, made it look good. Articulaser did us some signs for the front to cover it. We got our live ATC. We got our Austin Strobel. We've got the radio and the Sun and Fun 50th board on it. So we did everything. But all of my people, really, I'm really, truly blessed to have the crew that I have that wants to succeed. They want to see, and I hate to say it, and I will readily admit it, sometimes the biggest stumbling block they have is getting past me, getting past my concept of what it was, to do it. And everybody has great ideas. I've done it for 30 years. Sometimes I'm a little bit of a creature of habit. I want to do things a certain way because that's what's worked for 30 years.
You're an Android user. We will forgive you.
And the most stubborn person in the world is an iPhone user that refuses to acknowledge that Android is a legitimate basis.
Guilty.
I'm not. What's the word I'm looking for? Antisocial. Elitist. Of course, we don't play favorites. We do honor all formats, even if they are kind of weird, like iPhones. But no. So
great team.
We are a minute and a half from going to air show. I mentioned my crew. I would name everybody, but there's 50 of us on staff. The ones that are still here have gathered up here on the deck to say goodbye to everybody for the year. A couple of them are in the editing room. They're going to stick their faces in the window in a minute. But thank you, everybody, for supporting us, for helping us.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Everybody. We can do a... Yay! We got a camera. Wave, everybody wave at the camera. We're all looking up at that camera right up there. Wave at the camera. Say goodbye. We'll see you next year.
See you next year.
Bye. You're going to listen to the air show. After the air show today, we will be going to the best of Sun and Fun Radio 24, which will start out with mostly field interviews. As I get the live interviews clipped and ready to rock, I will be salting in live interviews for it. All of our sponsors, all of our Sun and Fun sponsors, radio sponsors, they will all be featured throughout the year on Sun and Fun Radio. We do not stop. 24/7, 365. We are on the air. So please, please tune in and like us on Facebook. Follow us on Facebook.
Hit that thumbs up, please do.
Like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And, if you want a little more info and background stuff, look for me, Dave Shellbetter, on Facebook. I do tend to post more on my personal page about the station and events going on. Dave Shellbetter, like me, follow me, whatever. We are out there. We are social. How are we doing on air show feed? We got an air show yet? We have an air show. Ladies and gentlemen, for Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. Lakeland, we are signing off our live. Please enjoy the air show. Y'all come back next year. Bye, everybody.
See you next year.